No. What's up, Chris?
And in this video, I will show you what is perhaps the most powerful way to get rid of and free yourself from uncomfortable feelings and unwanted emotions. Now, I don't want you to believe what I say about the effectiveness of this method. I'd rather that you follow along this video and try this technique out for yourself, and when you have experienced it, you can make your own mind up about what you think of it. Uncomfortable and unpleasant emotions just seem to be part of life. I haven't met anyone yet who has not experienced them. There's great variety of the different types of emotions that we can experience as unpleasant or uncomfortable. But some of the most common ones that most of us would have had would be fear, sadness, anger, shame, guilt, anxiety, loneliness, insecurity, irritation, and these are just a few. And within these feelings there can be nuances. Sometimes they can be mixed, and other times they can be hard to identify. Sometimes they can be big, sometimes small, sometimes they can be unbearable. But these feelings do not have to linger. The technique that I will show you can free you very quickly from unpleasant or uncomfortable feelings. And in a while, I will ask you to think of one feeling or emotion that you find uncomfortable, unpleasant, or that bothers you, that you have or recently have experienced. But before you do that, I'm going to give you a set of instructions of the technique that we will use to set you free from the feeling that you will think of. I will ask you to focus on 5 different points on your body, 1 point at a time. When you focus on a point, I will be saying a certain phrase out loud, and you will be repeating that phrase within your own mind. The first point that you will focus on is on the inside edge of your eyebrow, either your right or left side, about the size of your fingertip, so right here. And when I say to focus on a point, just to give you an idea of what I mean, Think of having a small stone or pebble in your shoe and you find that uncomfortable. So you take your shoe off and you empty it and then you put your foot back into it again. You have that feeling of relief. But you know how you can focus in on that tiny area where that small stone or pebble was just before. With that same type of focus and awareness is what you're going to bring to the points that you will focus on in this exercise. And just to try that out now, focus on that first point on the inside edge of your eyebrow. And you might want to close your eyes when you do that, just to give you that bit of extra focus. But these
Okay, I'm gonna do this now. Just a second, I'm gonna do something for work.
feelings do not have emotions, just seem to be part of life. I haven't met anyone yet who has not experienced them. There's great variety of the different types of emotions that we can experience as unpleasant or uncomfortable. But some of the most common ones that most of us would have had would be fear, sadness, anger, shame, guilt, anxiety, loneliness, insecurity, irritation, and these are just a few. And within these feelings there can be nuances. Sometimes they can be mixed, and other times they can be hard to identify. Sometimes they can be big, sometimes small, sometimes they can be unbearable. But these feelings do not have to linger. The technique that I will show you can free you very quickly from unpleasant or uncomfortable feelings. And in a while I will ask you to think of one feeling or emotion that you find uncomfortable, unpleasant, or that bothers you, that you have or recently have experienced. But before you do that, I'm going to give you a set of instructions of the technique that we will use to set you free from the feeling that you will think of. I will ask you to focus on 5 different points on your body, 1 point at a time. When you focus on a point, I will be saying a certain phrase out loud, and you will be repeating that phrase within your own mind. The first point that you will focus on is on the inside edge of your eyebrow, either your right or left side, about the size of your fingertip, so right here. And when I say to focus on a point, just to give you an idea of what I mean, think of having a small stone or pebble in your shoe and you find that uncomfortable. So you take your shoe off and you empty it and then you put your foot back into it again. You have that feeling of relief. But you know how you can focus in on that tiny area where that small stone or pebble was just before. With that same type of focus and awareness is what you're going to bring to the points that you will focus on in this exercise. And just to try that out now, focus on that first point on the inside edge of your eyebrow. And you might want to close your eyes when you do that, just to give you that bit of extra focus. And then within your own mind, repeat the phrase that I say out loud. So focus on that point, and within your own mind repeat, I follow these instructions carefully. So within your own mind now, you should have heard yourself say, I follow these instructions carefully. The second point that you will focus on is at the side of your eye, outside the corner of your eye near your temple. That's right here, where you can feel the bone here at the side of your eye near your temple. Again, this can be either your right or left side. I suggest sticking to one side for all the points, just to make it a bit simpler for yourself. The third point is underneath your eye, just at the edge outside your eye socket. So that's right here, where you can feel the bone here underneath your eye. So that's vertically below your pupil if you're looking straight ahead. The fourth point is on the inside edge of your collarbone, close to the center of your upper chest. So right here, where you can feel the bone here on the inside edge of your collarbone. And don't worry about getting these points exact. If you do your best following my instructions, this will work for you. The fifth and final point is your wrist. And that's your entire wrist going around, where you would normally wear a watch, about the width of your fingers, if you were holding your wrist like that. So going around. That's your fifth and final point. And what I will call these points, and just to go through them again, I will call them your eyebrow, side of the eye, underneath the eye, collarbone, and your wrist. And don't worry about memorizing these points. I will guide you through the process as we go. Now, your problem, your issue. Think of one feeling or emotion that you find uncomfortable or upsetting or that bothers you, that you have or recently have experienced. An unpleasant or uncomfortable feeling. And if you can't think of anything recent, just go further back in time. If we really think about it, everyone can think of something. It's not necessary to name your feeling, just as long as you know you have it. And you might want to close your eyes now for the remainder of this exercise to give you that inward focus. And when you have your feeling, how do you know this is unpleasant or bothers you? Is it a feeling you have in your body somewhere? Where is that? And how does that feel? Or is this associated to a memory? Like a picture in your head or a movie playing in your mind? Or is it like something you hear, like you're telling yourself something or someone else is saying something to you? However this is represented for you, notice that. And step into it fully. You can do that now because you will feel it for the last time. On a scale from 0 to 10, notice how strong this is. And see if you can make it stronger, because the stronger you make it, the faster it will go. So notice all of it. Now imagine a tree standing in front of you. If I were to pull the roots out from underneath that tree, naturally you would see that tree fall over. Now focus all your attention on the first point of your eyebrow. In your mind, repeat, I release and let go of all sadness, fear, and emotional trauma. Move your attention to the side of your eye and say, I release and let go of all anger, resentment, shame, and guilt. Move to underneath your eye. In your mind, you say, I release feelings of abandonment, betrayal, hopelessness, and helplessness. Focus on your collarbone and say, I release feelings of no control, rejections, and everything else. Focus on your wrist. Take a deep breath in and breathe out and say peace. Check the feeling now and notice how it has changed for you. Notice what's different. Whatever's left of the feeling now, focus on that. Again, focus on the first point of your eyebrow. In your mind, repeat, I release and let it all go now. Move to the side of your eye. In your mind, you say, it's okay to let it go. I can let it go. Move to underneath your eye and say, I forgive myself for holding on to it. I let it all go now. Focus on your collarbone and say, I will live free from it now. I let it all go. Focus on your wrist. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. And say peace. If there is anything left at this point, you can do a variation of this last sequence we did on your own. Focus on one point at a time and say, I let it go, I let it go. In the end, focus on your wrist, take a deep breath in, breathe out, and say peace, until the feeling is completely gone. If this worked for you, it will be difficult to bring back the original feeling that you thought of. And you notice how quickly this helped you to free you from that feeling. So you can imagine the possibility, if you were to work a whole session using this technique, working on the parts and pieces of your life of where you have experienced hurt and emotional pain in your past. In doing that on a very deep level. A phobia is a type of... My name is Joachim Eriksson, and in this video I will show you what is perhaps the most powerful way to get rid of and free yourself from uncomfortable feelings and unwanted emotions. Now, I don't want you
to figure everything out. I am Ray, and this is the moment everything shifts. This moment now. But you have not been surrendering to the present moment, have you? Naughty, naughty. Have you not been listening to my teachings? What's going on here? Don't you want to shift? Sorry, my thumb hurts. I don't know if I can draw today. Too much abundance. The pen. Next. Everything you desire in life is on the other side of surrender. Why is this? Because when we live from ego, this is a life of control. And the thing is, the ego is a very limited state of consciousness. So all the burdens of the world are put on you as the ego. And eventually, you'll get crushed. Not good. And the thing is, this journey sucks. So the ego is all about desire and avoidance. So on the whole journey, you're pursuing your pleasures and running away from pain. But what happens is that this leaves you never satisfied. Because there's an infinite array of things to want and an infinite array of things trying to kill you. So the ego's whole reality is rooted in fear. I have to control my reality or else bad things could happen. Or else I could maybe not get what I want. And what happens is that the moment you give up control and you surrender, you have this great relief that falls upon you. And life no longer becomes all that much of a struggle. Because, well, we were putting these crazy burdens upon ourselves to figure everything out, to fix all of our problems, to make our dreams happen. But look at the universe, my friend. Just look at it. Look, look. Life is just one giant divine intelligence evolving itself forward through an infinite array of different forms. Life is already doing everything. It's taking care of itself. It's funny, the human evolution has gone kind of like this. Refill real quick and we'll be back. Back with a short. Nice. You see, you could be the baddest monkey on the planet. You could be a Thanos-like conqueror of worlds and have domain over multiple planets. Trillions of life forms you are king of. And you could live for 10,000 years. Wow. And at the end of the day, life will still wipe you away as if you were nothing. Doesn't matter if you're 100 years old or you live to be 100,000 years old. Life, time, will poof you away with the same amount of effort. That is nothing. No effort. So, no matter who you think you are nothing compared to the grand scheme of things. Dust. But here's the good news. If you surrender, what you will find at the end of that rainbow, my friend, is Source, is God, is the eternal and the infinite. And you see, for the ego, what is 10,000 years in the face of like 14 billion, the age of the universe? It's nothing. 10,000 years is nothing. And we don't even live that long. But when you return to the eternal, what is 14 billion years in the face of that which is eternal? It's nothing. It's dust. So as this little human monkey, you become greater than the entire universe, more powerful. But as the ego, you're always stuck, limited. The ego will die, the ego will fall away. But when you connect to Source, you become one with life itself. And what power does death have in the presence of life? No power. You become everlasting, my friend. That which is eternal does not die, because it was never born. You conquer death, you conquer the universe. And instead of a little human monkey trying to fix and work things out in their life, you have the entire cosmos behind your back, pushing you, guiding you, speaking your words, moving your body. There's a limit to what you can achieve with your ego. There is no limit to what you can achieve from surrender, because you tap into the limitless. But guess what? For the ego, surrender is death. Surrender is a letting go. And so for my life, every moment is a preparation for the moment of death. You could say this path is the death path, because you're dying to all that is false, to all that is unreal. And when all that is unreal dies, what is left? What is real? Well, the truth, life. And so we play this game of getting caught in illusion, caught in darkness, caught in ignorance. And the spiritual journey is the process of returning to the light, enlightenment, awakening from sleep. And it's all about just becoming more and more conscious. On the journey, you find yourself being uptight, trying to control things, trying to force reality to be the way you want it to be. And then you experience suffering and frustration, because life is never going to go exactly the way you want it to. But if you're a true seeker, you will become aware in those moments. And those moments are your greatest teacher. Your greatest teachers on the spiritual path are your problems, are your struggles, are your negative thoughts and your negative emotions. It's the negative people in your life. It's the people who trigger you and poke your buttons. They are not your enemies, but they are helping you to surrender by giving you the opportunity to be aware of where you are still attached. Because what is ego? Ego is attachment. It's like a little ball, a magnetic ball, and it starts bringing forth all of these different things, like ideas and identities and beliefs and stories about ourselves and other people. And so eventually the magnet has all these metal things attached to it, and it's weighing us down. And then life gets exhausting. Oh, I don't want to live anymore because this sucks. Of course it sucks. Imagine living your life with a big bag of rocks on your shoulders. You would not want to live. You'd be tired. That is why surrender provides relief, because you finally become aware of how much you're placing these burdens upon yourself through your thoughts. This is why Christ said, "Come to me, all who are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." This was the rest he was talking about. And a figure like Jesus, why it's so powerful, is that you can put your burdens on something else. That is the whole meaning behind Jesus almost. That Jesus sacrificed himself to take away your burdens. His yoke is light. And sometimes it's hard for people, if they don't have that central figure, they have nowhere to put their burdens but on themselves. But this is the whole point. This is the pathway to freedom. It's as simple as this. And so the journey moving forward is this kind of game. And it can be fun if you don't take it so seriously. Because, well, now it's you versus your ego. Not as an enemy, but as an opponent. Think about a warrior. They need dragons to slay. Without the dragons, there's no point of the warrior. He's just gonna sit around and do nothing in his garden. Oh, I'm gonna do roses and stuff like that. They get bored to death. Need things to fight. And so too, you need struggles to overcome. So what happens is that moving forward, there will be these things that continually block your progress, to keep you stuck. And those are your attachments. That's the pathway forward. And every time you let go of one attachment and another, you begin to feel more and more light. Literally. Light and light. Light like you're gonna float away, and light like, oh, it's bright light, sun. Because the ego is like a dark cloud that blocks out the light and the warmth of the sun. Your inner radiance, the radiance of life within you. And as the ego begins falling away, that inner radiance shines forth once again. And that radiance is peace, love, and joy. And the secret is, life can only be experienced in the present moment. So the more you're separated from the present moment, the less you are connected to life. And what does the ego do? It gets you trapped in your mind space. Not my space, your space. It gets you thinking about the past, worrying about the future, ruminating on things, and judging your current experiences. Its whole existence is separated from the present moment. And so, when you enter into the present moment, what happens? It's a state of no mind. It's a flow state. Because there is absolutely no resistance from source out into the world. The mind is the source of resistance. It's like a resistance valve like a hose, that can cut you off from source. And the more mind stuff you got going on, the stronger your ego, I should say, the stronger attached you are to your ego. The more you're cut off from life, from source, the bigger and the darker the cloud is. But here's the thing, it's not wrong to have an ego. It's not wrong to have identity. It's just a tool. If you think about it, it doesn't matter if there's dark clouds. It doesn't matter if the sky is nice and pretty and perfect, or if there's dark clouds everywhere, because the sun remains unaffected. That is the difference. Think about the difference between somebody standing underneath a big storm, and it's raining and they're getting blown all over the place, and there's thunder and Thor strikes them down, versus being in an airplane flying above the storm. You exist in both places at the same time. But if you're attached to your ego, you experience life as being underneath the storm. But as you surrender, you connect to life. You return to your natural state as awareness. You begin floating above the storm. And those two storms are very different things. And so from this point on, it doesn't matter so much what happens, because you are free. And you'll kind of oscillate in between being in the airplane and then being underneath the storm. And every time you're underneath the storm and you're suffering and you're struggling, you can always return to surrender. And then you'll start floating up above the storm again, back into the airplane. The sky remains unaffected by the clouds. You are the sky, and your ego and your thoughts, that's the mind storm. So how might we surrender, you may ask? Well, this is a tricky thing for the mind to understand, because the mind and the ego is so focused on doing things. Plus, surrender is naturally not really a good thing for the ego. The ego doesn't want it. The ego wants to control. It's almost like the ego's got a grip over you, and you just kind of keep remembering to become free. Because think about it. Think about letting go, for instance. Does it take any effort to drop the pen? Oh, my bad. No, it doesn't take any effort. Things are only heavy when you pick them up. And that is what the ego experiences. We're always picking up things and claiming them. Like the story about my life. Well, you know, my parents, they didn't love me. And I had a really bad time. And now I'm 40 years old, but, you know, I still think about it every day. People do this all the time. They just don't know how to let go of the past. And so it weighs on them and prevents them from actually enjoying life. But the thing is, this process, it takes some persistence. It takes a little bit of desire. You have to want it. You have to be tired of your own nonsense. You have to realize that, oh, the way I do things don't really work out that well, as the ego. But think about God. God can do anything better than you. So what this really means is you're giving God control over your life. You're allowing God to bring you what you desire, to bring you all that is good, and you stop needing things to be a certain way. So it's a practice of faith and trust. And you got to build your faith muscles. You're not going to just randomly be jacked one day. It takes time because we spent a whole lifetime of control. And you see, the thing is, the ego, its primary function is to manure this animal body. So not only is it rooted primarily in fear, but also survival. So you have to make the choice to stop living from survival, to make the choice to choose love over fear. And the thing is, this animal body operates from the senses. And so when you live from your senses alone, you are a slave to your animal body. You're a slave to the animal kingdom. And so it's like your whole life is rooted in fear. This is why religions teach, become free from your senses. Live by faith, not by sight. Because the more you see your outer reality, it's going to control you. If there's danger, if there's lack and scarcity, if there's problems, what's going to happen is that you're going to react to those problems from this animal perspective, which means you're going to always be fighting for your life. Fight or flight. You're either going to be running from things or always wrestling with these problems. And the thing is, life is never ending. It's full of problems. There's infinite amounts. So you will never get off this train if you stay stuck. And you see this happen a lot with people, is that they're just always working, struggling, just barely able to make ends meet, and then all the money goes away. Back to ground zero. Struggle again. Now I gotta go work another 60 hours this week. Chewed up and spit out by the system, by the society. But it's not even that. We have to understand that the systems in which we live in are a representation of a much bigger thing called Maya, or you could call it samsara. Samsara is like a eternal meat grinder of death that people get trapped in. On the Joe Rogan podcast, there was a guy, the Amazon guy, not Jeff. Who was the Amazon guy on Joe Rogan's podcast? Paul Rosoli. Technology. And he basically spends his life deep in the Amazon jungle. And what he says, it's like it's just big one thing, and you become one with it. He was talking about how he bathed in the Amazon River. And later, he's sweating and he sees the perspiration. He realized that it's just this one big churning thing of death and sex, creation and destruction. And that is life in general. That is the whole universe. Everything is killing each other and reproducing all the time. And this is where human beings have been miserable for the past few 100,000 years. Is that, well, if you're a jaguar, let's use a better example. Prey animals. What are some prey animals in the Amazon? Let's say you're a monkey in the Amazon. You're just swinging around eating bananas. And then one day you just get eaten by a jaguar. Oh well, you didn't worry about it beforehand. But now you're a higher evolved monkey. Now you can think about the future. And you just saw your friend get eaten. Now you're really paying attention. Oh, I don't want to get eaten. I have to be careful. Now your whole life is rooted in fear and worry because you realize your vulnerability. That was the whole story of the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve. When you're not aware of samsara, it's not as big of a deal. Because one day you're alive and then the next you're not. So it's not really a problem. It's just happening. It's just all happening. But the moment we developed a higher intelligence, now there's a lot of problems. An infinite array of problems and desires. But you see what the beautiful part is of our human evolution. and where we are approaching now in this century. We can look at it this way. A great Sufi quote once said, "In the rocks and the trees, God sleeps. In the bugs and the fish and the reptiles and the birds, God dreams. But in humans, God awakes." The best way to think about this is with brainwave frequencies. So over here you have 0. That means dead. And on the other side of dead is consciousness. Infinite consciousness, source, God. Here are your brainwave frequencies. Go faster. In the theta state, which is the dream state, everything still kind of exists in this milky oneness, like the birds and the animals and things like that. They're one with nature, one with the environment. As the brain of any animal begins producing higher brainwave frequencies, delta is deep sleep. The next state is alpha, the awakened state, but also being relaxed. This is the first point in which there is a sensation of a strong separation. So think about when you're dreaming. Everything is just kind of one. You're there, and you don't really have much free will. But when you wake up, now everything feels solid. Now you have a bit of more free will to do things. And even further into the beta state, beta, that's an even stronger sense of separation. And here you are also furthest from God. And so there's this spectrum that is a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because you're able to have a sense of individuality, of, okay, this is who I am. This is my identity. And so the first sign that an animal is entering into alpha consciousness is that it begins to recognize itself, developing a sense of separation. And we have been in this spectrum of beta and alpha consciousness for a long, long time. And now we are entering into the next phase. We've been talking about it for eons. Gamma consciousness. And this is a return to unity. So the more you go this way, the more you return to unity. The more you go within, the more you return to unity. So life is this infinite loop. 0 to infinity. And at the source of it all is both the all, God. So we are God in the ultimate supreme form, experiencing itself in form, in separation. And the whole game of life is to forget your true nature, to begin dreaming, and then beginning to awaken, and then return to unity again. And I always find it so interesting that life has a specific way of being. This game is specific. Why is this? This doesn't make any sense. It makes me question, why is life this way? And why is it not some other way? Big thoughts today. The point is, what happens is that in this state right here, we suffer the most. But as you grow towards gamma and as you grow towards theta, you begin to suffer less. Because you return to the source of everything, that is the source of bliss, peace, love, and joy. And the more you're connected to this, the more you become free from suffering. But the thing is, I heard one person say it one time, these are like the sine waves of the mind. But consciousness is like the single beam running through the lines. Consciousness is always there. It's the everlasting silence behind all experiences. And what surrender is, it's we stop living from the waves and we start living from the stillness. They're both there at the same time. It's just, guess what? When you're living from the waves, there's ups and downs, you're getting pulled all over the place. So once you're tired of the motion sickness of life, the roller coaster and getting dragged all over the place, that's often when we have the greatest opportunity for freedom. Because the moment your life stops working out for you, you have no other choice but to return within. And when you return within, you find the freedom from that suffering. Those who suffer the most are the greatest candidates for this, for awakening. You see, the source of all suffering is unconsciousness, ignorance, darkness. But the root of all enlightenment is suffering. Life is just this play of darkness and light. That is why you see all the suffering in the world. Because without that suffering, there would be no relief, there would be no freedom, there would be no purpose to anything. Because, well, what is a moment of suffering for an eternity of joy? It doesn't matter. This life is just one pit stop on an infinite journey. And this game is meant to be enjoyed. and also taken seriously. Life is not a problem to be solved, it's a reality to be experienced. And the moment we can begin to surrender, now we can enjoy the ride. We're not attached to the highs, and we're not attached to the lows. This is how life was meant to be enjoyed. First, to go through all the suffering and the struggle, and then, finding that relief through surrender. And then now you live your life from this perspective. And because you're not attached to things, because you're free, doesn't matter what happens, you enjoy everything. You can enjoy the anger, you can enjoy the sadness, you can enjoy the success, you can enjoy the failure. Everything is for joy. But you will not experience that so long as you're stuck on the waves, because you'll be really scared on the way down. And yay, a little bit of high. And then, just as soon as it came, it's gone again. So you're on this never-ending cycle of happiness and pain and suffering and good and bad. But to enter into our next stage of evolution, it involves becoming free from this spectrum, breaking free from the ego, and returning back to unity with God, with wholeness, with the all. And that is what it means to go to heaven. Good. And you see, well, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter so much what we do, because life is eventually going to break down that ego regardless. Because living from ego is trying to swim upstream. If you're on your deathbed, you cannot force yourself to not be. You're not going to control your way out of it. The only option is surrender. And if you surrender now, you will be most prepared for the moment of death. And you won't resist, and you won't fight it. And so death will be like coming home after a long, hard day, and you're tired, and you're ready. You're ready for sleep. I'm so excited. But if your ego is in control, your ego is going to be very afraid and resist and fight it and control. And that's going to be a very ugly experience. There is nothing to fear of death. But to reach this place, we must begin to let go of control. Or else life is just going to drag us along, kicking and screaming. And the tricky thing is, once again, is that surrendering is nothing. It's not doing anything. So the mind says, well, how do I surrender? Well, you can't. All you can do is stop doing. All you can do is stop controlling. And we do this through awareness. We become aware of our tendency to want to force reality to be the way we want it, to control things. And what you will find is that the more aware you become, the more you recognize how much suffering your own thoughts are causing you. And that in itself is the greatest motivating factor. Because once you experience a little bit of that relief, once you taste the water of God, nothing in this world is going to be worth it anymore. Not that you don't go out and live your life still, it's that you're free from the illusion of your ego desires. You realize that you cannot find lasting satisfaction in a temporary changing reality, but you can find lasting satisfaction in the eternal. And so just pay attention moving forward. Every time you're trying to control something, every time you're thinking about the future and the past and judging your experiences, check in with yourself. Be aware of your body. How do you feel in this moment? And you'll feel a bit of tension, a bit of being uncomfortable, a bit of anxiety. And what you can do is you can take a deep breath and return to the present moment. We'll do one exercise real quick, which will help you with this. You see, life is the dynamic play between these two great forces, infinite space or infinite nothingness, and consciousness, which is infinite energy, infinite everythingness. You are both these two things, and so is the universe. So we're basically living inside ourselves, our own imagination, our own mind. And so you can see in the universe, space is everywhere. We don't see it because it's nothing. Well, we can sense it intuitively. And then consciousness is, well, all the stuff. And so what we want to do to reconnect to this consciousness, which is God, which is heaven, we have to enter through the doorway of space. Space is the vessel in which life plays. You could say God the Father, God the Mother. And the thing is, because as you go within, you become free from the boundaries of space and time. These are essentially one and the same. So it becomes very subtle as you look within yourself. It's not as obvious as, objects being separate in the world. For instance, right now, you can see that there is space everywhere, and there are objects in the space. And it's obvious. It's just a little different, a little bit more subtle within you. And so if you pay attention, if you sense the space around you, you close your eyes, the outer space, and you take a moment to really get a feeling of what that is like. What is the space? And in that space is silence. If you pay attention, there's a vast ocean of silence around us at all times. But we have spent our life being conditioned to focus on the noise, the stuff. Same thing with the emptiness. We're just looking at the objects. The emptiness is just kind of eludes us. But what happens when you go out into the forest and there's no more noise pollution, the vast ocean of silence manifests itself. Wow, powerful. The infinite force. And we know that in that infinite force of silence and space, they can't hear your screams. No, what I meant to say was, we know intuitively that peace and quiet are one and the same. So the radiance of space is silence and peace. And so too there is an inner spaciousness within you. And that inner spaciousness radiates everlasting silence and everlasting peace. Because it's an eternal force. It's not a force, it's an eternal thing. Well, it's not a thing, it's no thing. We're getting off track. So if you take your attention as you notice the outer space, and then you focus it inward towards your body, you'll see that there's an inner space. In fact, the outer space and the inner space are one. It's just separated by the boundary of your skin, of your body. But it's the same one space. All you have to do is recognize it. Most people are unaware of it. You know, the reason that people meditate is to quiet the mind, so they can enter into this everlasting peace and return to God. But the thing is, you don't really have to, because the peace, the space, is always there regardless of what's going on. The space is always here regardless of the objects in the room. The silence is always there regardless of the sounds. And so too the everlasting peace is always within you, regardless of what mind storm is going on. The sky is always there, doesn't matter what clouds are going on. You just have to kind of see it. The moment you can recognize this space within you, you're golden. This space I call your safe space, because it is the source of everlasting relief, of peace. It is through this space in which you find freedom. The moment I awakened from Muji's teachings, there was an everlasting peace that never went away. There was a fluctuation of joy and love, but the peace always remained, no matter what happened. Because the peace is always there, it's just we're not aware of it. And the thing is, it's just a habit of taking your attention away from the noise of the world and returning it to this inner space. And this is how you become grounded in the present moment. You just continue, as Muji would say, marinating in this space. And then after that, it's just a deeper ripening of the experience. You dive deeper and deeper into the space, and the consciousness emerges more and more over time. As Muji would also say, it's like a fruit that continues to get more and more ripe, more and more sweet, but never too sweet. And so on your journey moving forward, what will happen is that the ego will take you away from your peace and create suffering. And if you can be aware of these moments, your awareness alone allows you the opportunity to return back to this inner spaciousness and surrender. And you just build this habit day over day over day. And you live from this space. And you will see that great harmony begins to flow into your life. And this process self-generates momentum. Because the more relief and peace you feel, the stronger the contrast will be when you're taken away from it. And so you'll continue to be more and more motivated to remain in this space. And you'll say, I'm done with this suffering. I'm done with this ego nonsense. I'm done trying to control my reality. I'm tired of it. It takes too much effort. And then it's just deeper and deeper and deeper relief from there on. And every once in a while you get pulled out, and then you just return. And that is the spiritual journey moving forward. That is how we return to God, through surrender. I am Ray. This is my coolest door. And if you still feel stuck on your journey, my friend, you can book a call with me. And we'll get you back on the right path. Or maybe you just want to talk. I'm here. And if you'd like to join our free community, we're having a blast. Come join us. Much peace and many blessings, and remember, just be.
Hi everyone, my name is Amy, and in this video I'm going to be talking about my experience with antidepressants. So I'm just going to get right into it and kind of tell you a little bit about my story with antidepressants because I have a little bit of a history with them. So I didn't realize that I had depression until I was in college. I was 18 years old when I was first diagnosed with depression, and since then I've taken antidepressants on and off for several years, and I've tried a bunch of different antidepressants, but the main one that I've taken is Lexapro, and that's the main one that I'm going to be talking about in this video. But so when I first got diagnosed with depression in college, I took various antidepressants for about 3 years until I eventually weaned myself off of them because I felt like I was in a better place. But fast forward to now, and I'm 25 years old, and my depression came back in full swing about maybe 2 years ago, like during the pandemic. And throughout the whole pandemic until now, I pretty much just tried to like manage my depression on my own. Like I've done a little bit of therapy, I've done like meditation every day, tried yoga, exercising regularly, pretty much tried like everything that they say to do to get to like heal your depression on your own. I also eat super healthy and try to eat primarily vegan and all that stuff. But yeah, none of that was helping at all. My depression got really, really bad. I was just feeling extremely hopeless and constantly wondering like, if this is what life is like, I don't want it, because I was just in so much pain that it almost felt like so much mental pain that it almost hurt like physically, like in my body I could feel the pain. It was just really, really bad. I would just have random bouts of like sobbing. At least once a week I would like sob hysterically. I just had so many like insecurities in my job and in myself, just pretty much the standard symptoms of depression, just feeling really worthless and just truly wondering like how I could go on, like feeling so bad. So yeah, I wasn't really doing anything about it because I was scared, besides the things I mentioned, because I was scared to take antidepressants again, because I know they're not like a long-term solution or whatever, but I really didn't know what else to do. And I was talking to my friend and she takes antidepressants, and she was telling me like, yeah, maybe it's not like a long-term fix, but it can help you feel happy now, and that's really all that matters. And that kind of like gave me a big perspective shift, because I don't know, I just felt guilty about taking antidepressants. I felt like it was like just like a quick fix and stuff like that, so I just was really against it. But eventually I spoke with a doctor, and they did like a health assessment to see like kind of what level my depression was at, and they said I was at like a moderate level of depression. So he prescribed me 10 milligrams of Lexapro, and so I didn't even like take it right away when he prescribed it. I was just like still pretty nervous, and I waited like another like month or so because things were just like really bad at my job, and I felt like they just kept getting worse, and it was making my mental health even worse. I just felt like I couldn't even like do anything after work. I just felt so drained and wanted to just like numb myself and be on my computer all night doing nothing. And so eventually I ended up taking them. I started off with 5 milligrams of Lexapro, and almost immediately I felt like I noticed a difference, and people were acting like I was crazy. Like I was telling like my boyfriend and my friends like, I feel really good, and it was only like the second day taking it, and they were like, sure, that's just a placebo effect. But ever since I started taking it, I've literally felt like myself again, like even more myself than I felt like I felt like who I was before I had depression, essentially. And it really made me realize like just how bad my depression was. And that's like kind of why I wanted to make this video, because like, I don't know, it just really helped me when my friend told me like, that this is like an option that can help me, because yeah, I just didn't really comprehend like how bad my depression was until I saw how happy I could feel on antidepressants, and it was just really overwhelming. Like, I remember the first week I was just like dancing around my apartment. I felt almost like euphoric. It was crazy and it was insane. Like, I just felt so like I wanted to do things again. I wanted to do things that I enjoy that I hadn't done in a while. Like, I have I collect like vinyl records, and I like hadn't been listening to them at all, like did not care. But now I've just been like listening to like a few records a week, and it's been really nice. And then just, yeah, like dancing around, and I've been like working out more. Also just like making YouTube videos, just feeling a lot more inspired creatively to make videos. It's just been really helpful for me to see like what areas of my life like aren't actually that big of a problem, and that like my depression is just causing things to feel like worse than they really are. Like, I even feel like more confident in my job, like more confident in my like skills and like abilities and things like that. And it's just like made me realize that I'm not as like insecure or like even as emotional as I thought. Like, I remember like before I was on antidepressants, like my boyfriend could just like look at me the wrong way and I would feel like super offended and like get all upset and things like that. Now I realize that that's just like so insignificant, those little things like that. And it's just like, I almost feel like my depression is just like hidden away, like tucked away. I feel like that's kind of what antidepressants do. And that scares me because a little bit, because I don't know the source of like my depression, but like, I just hope that eventually I can like come off antidepressants and not feel the way that I was feeling. That's like the ultimate goal. And I don't really know like how long I'm gonna be on antidepressants. I have absolutely no idea. It just helps me to know that I'm just gonna be on them for right now. That's the way I'm thinking of it. So yeah, like I said, eventually I think if things are starting to get better in my life, if I'm just like fulfilled in more areas of my life, then I'll be definitely more willing to start weaning myself off of them. But another thing that I like noticed about being on antidepressants is it just helps me to see like which parts of my life are actually like really good. Like, I feel like when you have depression, there's just like a cloud above you and a cloud above everything, and it makes it really hard to like see things clearly, like really hard. That's kind of like a big thing I felt. And so now I feel like I'm just able to see my life how like anyone else would, and just see the things I have to be grateful for, and just feeling a lot more gratitude as well. And so I hope this video doesn't come off as like preachy or anything. Like, I definitely don't think antidepressants aren't the like right route for like everyone to go who has depression. Obviously everyone's depression is on a different level. So obviously it's best to just do what you think would work best for you, and only you can know that. But I just wanted to share my experience because it's really helped me. I also just wanted to say, like, life is like a lot longer than we think. And if you're like suffering the way that I was suffering, I definitely think it's worth it to look into whatever option works for you to be able to feel better right now, so that you can like enjoy more of your life and not have to feel depressed every single day. And you shouldn't be ashamed for like trying to get help, whether it's antidepressants or therapy or anything like that. I definitely don't think it's shameful at all. I think it's very much showing yourself love by doing that. And yeah, I'll definitely give an update on my experience with antidepressants if you're interested. I really appreciate you watching this video, and definitely feel free to subscribe to my channel for more types of videos like this. Thank you. Bye.
Ja, guten Morgen zusammen und herzlich willkommen hier zu einer neuen Folge vom Guten Morgen Podcast. Ja, ich heiße euch herzlich willkommen und schön, dass ihr mit dabei seid. Und in der heutigen Folge möchte ich gerne darüber sprechen, dass wenn wir Krankheiten oder irgendwelche unangenehmen Punkte in unserem Körper haben, dass das eine wunderbare Einladung dazu sein kann, mehr in den Kontakt mit uns selbst zu kommen. Also einen bewussteren Umgang mit uns selbst zu bekommen. Weil ich möchte einfach mal so vermuten, ne, dass eine gewisse Tendenz da ist, den Körper, Geist und Seele so lange irgendwie mitzuschleppen und durchzupeitschen, solange er sich ja nicht meldet oder solange sich ja nichts meldet. Und oft sind es dann die Momente wo es halt nicht mehr so funktioniert, wo sich der Körper meldet oder wo sich die Seele meldet, ne, dass uns dann mal in die Innenschau bringen lässt, ne, mal in die Bewegung, uns zu uns selber hinzuwenden. Und ich finde das eigentlich immer nur ganz spannend, selbe Themen aus verschiedenen Perspektiven halt zu beleuchten. Und wie auch immer natürlich, oder wie meistens, nicht immer, aber meistens mit einem Bezug, den ich auch selber aktuell bei mir beobachte. Und das ist ja mit der Blockade, die ich im Nacken hatte, die sehr hartnäckig ist, dieses Mal. Und dann denke ich mir so, okay, alles, was sich hier in uns meldet, hat hier eine Notwendigkeit. Ne? Also in einem Buch war das so schön beschrieben, es entsteht aus der Not, sich zu wenden. Ne? Also dass wir quasi mit dem, wie wir unser Leben leben, eine Richtung ansteuern oder eine Art und Weise an den Tag legen, die halt einfach nicht im Einklang ist mit dem, was unser Körper, unser Geist, unsere Seele oder alles zusammen irgendwie braucht und was gesund halt für ihn ist. Und ich bin ja sowieso schon, dass ich aufgrund meiner depressiven Einschübe, die ich zwischenzeitlich verspüre, dass ich da ja sehr hinterher bin, regelmäßig meinen Sport zu machen, darauf zu achten, weil ich auch einfach merke, okay, wenn man das schlören lässt, dann ist bei mir einfach, geht da eine größere Wahrscheinlichkeit auf, dass wenn dann mal wieder so eine Welle reinkickt, dass die dann halt umso heftiger ist. Ne? Also es geht gar nicht darum, die Herausforderungen im Leben denen auszuweichen, ne? Weil das ist auch dieses spannende Prinzip, wenn wir sagen, ich will das bloß nicht, ich will das bloß nicht, dann ist ja wieder der Fokus da und es zieht das wahrscheinlich auch wieder eher in das Leben an. Meine Philosophie ist halt eher, gewappnet zu sein, ne? Also einen Ausgleich zu schaffen, genug Ressourcen zu haben, dass wenn dann halt diese Schläge kommen, wir aber für uns selber etwas aufgebaut haben, dass wir sagen, okay, wir können uns jetzt aber bestmöglich dadurch begleiten. Ne? Und da hatte ich ja, letztes Jahr war das, glaube ich, mit dieser Challenge für mich selber, also diese Self-Challenge nenne ich das dann immer, ne? So, wo ich mich halt selbst herausfordere. Da hatte ich wirklich angefangen, bewusst regelmäßig wirklich dran zu bleiben mit meinem Sport, mit dem Krafttraining, mit Dankbarkeitstagebüchern und so weiter, gesunde Ernährung, ne, dass ich meine Vitamine am Tag zu mir nehme und so. Also bin ich wirklich dran geblieben und muss sagen, da hat sich seitdem auch eine immense Steigerung, also natürlich spielen immer mehrere Elemente auch mit, ohne Frage. Aber ich muss sagen, im Vergleich zu letzten Jahr, wie es mir heute geht und wie selten ich wirklich diese ganz tiefen Punkte habe, also das ist schon wirklich ein Meilensprung, muss ich sagen. Ne? Plus auch, dass aufgrund dieses gesunden Rahmens, den ich mir aufgrund dessen geschaffen habe, auch meine Neigung zu sehr ungesunden Coping-Strategien zu greifen, auch sich sehr verringert hat seitdem. Ne? Weil das ist auch was ich in all meiner anderen Videos angesprochen habe. Wenn wir erstmal anfangen, in uns selbst zu investieren, und das ist nicht ohne, ne? Also das ist, als wäre das jetzt irgendwie, ja, man investiert in sich selbst, oh, was für ein Luxus, wie schön. Nein, das ist verdammt harte Arbeit, weil in sich selbst zu investieren, meine ich damit auch, seinen Körper zu pflegen, laufen zu gehen, zu trainieren, auf seine Ernährung zu achten, auf sein Mindset zu achten, zu meditieren, ne? Diese ganzen Sachen, das ist Arbeit, ne? Und wie leicht wäre es oft zu sagen, ach ja, ach nee, ich mach's ja doch nicht, weil kontrolliert dich ja keiner drin. Ne? Das ist halt da der große Unterschied. Es kontrolliert einen niemand da drin. Ne? Das heißt, da ist wirklich unsere volle Eigenverantwortung gefragt, tun wir es oder tun wir es nicht. Da guckt kein Chef drauf, der sagt so, naja, jetzt kriegst du dafür aber dann irgendwie weniger Geld oder eine Strafe oder was auch immer. So, nein, wir sind die, die halt drauf gucken. Ne? Und da, finde ich, fängt es wirklich an, in die volle Eigenverantwortung zu gehen, zu sagen, okay, ich bekomme dann vielleicht von draußen keinen drauf, aber ja, ich tue es einfach für mich, auch für meine Lebensqualität. Ne? Und ich finde gerade Menschen, die, also wenn wir in bestimmten Punkten einfach starke Konsequenzen tragen für etwas, was wir nicht tun, dann entwickeln wir ein umso größeres Bewusstsein und Sensibilität dafür. Ne? Also wie ich jetzt sage, wenn ich wirklich jetzt keinen Sport mehr machen würde, nicht laufen gehen würde, dann ist bei mir einfach eine Tendenz da, dass dann halt die depressiven Schübe halt heftig werden können. Jetzt gibt es vielleicht Menschen, die haben aber nicht mit depressiven Schüben zu tun, die würden jetzt zum Beispiel gar nicht so die Konsequenz spüren, wenn sie nicht laufen gehen. Ne? Und machen es deswegen vielleicht auch nicht. Ne? Also deswegen finde ich das ganz spannend mal zu gucken, dass etwas, was scheinbar als sowas Schlimmes wirkt, wie so eine schlimme Karte, die wir in unserem Kartenblatt des Lebens haben, wie, oh nein, ich habe eine Tendenz, dass ich halt dass so depressive Wellen irgendwie über mich drüber kommen, was auch immer, kann man das halt auch so sehen, zu sagen, boah, krass, aber das motiviert mich halt auch dazu, mich bewusster mit mir und meinem Körper und meiner Seele auseinanderzusetzen, weil halt, wenn ich es nicht tue, die Konsequenzen einfach viel krasser sind. Also das ist, ich empfinde das wirklich wie ein Türöffner für einen bewussteren Umgang mit sich selber. Ne? Und da hat ja jeder seine eigenen Themen. Wie gesagt, jetzt gehe ich auf die körperliche Blockade mit meinem Nacken. Ne? Ich habe mich zwar abends gestretcht, dann waren aber auch mal wieder Abende, wo ich gesagt habe, nicht, aber das ist eigentlich weniger gewesen. Also ich habe schon eine Routine, eine Abendroutine, dass ich jeden Abend mich stretche. Und jetzt habe ich aber dadurch angefangen, weil das wirklich solche Schmerzen waren. Also so heftig hatte ich das auch im Hinterkopfbereich noch nicht gehabt, dass ich jetzt aber halt auch wirklich anfing schon, wenn ich morgens aufstehe, auch da viel sanfter mit meinem Körper umgehe. Ne? Also anstatt so ruppige Bewegungen zu machen, dass ich wirklich erstmal in meinen Körper reinspüre, ne? Mich erstmal hinsetze, ganz sanft, leichte Dehnübungen mache und so. Also ich bin dadurch nochmal viel mehr in den Kontakt mit mir selber, mit meinem Körper und wie ich mit mir selber umgehe gekommen. Ne? Und das finde ich eigentlich eine ganz schöne Perspektive, weil wenn man weiter halt aus der Leistungsperspektive guckt, und das ist ja oft das, was einen auch überhaupt in in diesen schädlichen Umgang mit sich selbst geführt hat, ne? Weil es immer nur oder sehr hauptsächlich in unserer Gesellschaft, was ich glaube auch nicht mehr lange so bleiben wird, weil die Umbrüche einfach stark sind und immer mehr Menschen sich dessen auch bewusst werden. Und diese ausbeutenden Systeme, ja, ich finde mal so ein bisschen so das war's so gefühlt. Also ich glaube, das wird nicht mehr länger sich durchsetzen als Hauptbestandteil unserer Gesellschaft. Aber das ist ja das, was einen oft erst dahin geführt hat. Ne? Dieses Hauptsache Leistung erbringen. Und egal, was dein Körper für Signale sendet, dann schmeißt dir halt noch eine Tablette mehr rein. Hauptsache, du bringst die Leistung, damit du dann halt als fleißiger Bürger, als ehrenwertes Mitglied hier in der Arbeit oder was auch immer anerkannt wirst. Ne? Also dieses Gefühl, ich muss mir erst durch mich aufopfern und Leistung überhaupt erstmal meinen Platz verdienen. Was meiner Meinung nach wieder ein Resultat aus sehr ja, fragwürdigen Erziehungsmethoden ist, weil ich finde, gerade auch am Arbeitsplatz sieht man ganz doll oder wie gesagt, wie ich das halt sehe, auch Wiederholungsschleifen einfach aus dem Familiensystem. Ne? Also welche Rolle im Familiensystem erlernt wurde. Ne? Man hat dieses Oberhaupt, den Chef, ne? Autoritätsperson ist oft, was der Vater halt darstellte. Und dann halt, ja, die Überlebensstrategien, die gewählt wurden, um halt mit diesem Oberhaupt irgendwie den bloß nicht wütend zu machen, den bloß zufriedenzustellen, bloß zu sichern, dass man sich gut mit dem versteht, weil, oh, wenn man sich ja nicht gut mit dem versteht, der sitzt ja am längeren Hebel, ne? Also das sind alles so diese Dynamiken, die da wieder aufploppen können. Und das finde ich da mal ganz spannend so zu beobachten, ne? Und oft geht der Selbstverrat, den viele in der Kindheit schon verlernt haben, ne? Dieses ich muss mich selbst verraten, ich muss mich selber hinten anstellen, meine Bedürfnisse sind nicht wichtig oder halt sehr viel weiter hinten als die Bedürfnisse des Oberhaupts oder von wem auch immer, dann ist das oft eine erlernte Verhaltensweise, eine erlernte Art, das Leben zu leben, was sich dann halt oft im Arbeitskontext halt auch weiter wiederfindet, ne? Und da muss ich jetzt aber sagen, weil ich jetzt halt auch viel in Bewerbungsgesprächen auch unterwegs war, merke ich, dass da auch ein ganz großer Wandel tatsächlich stattfindet. Ne? Also, dass da wirklich jetzt Menschen kommen, gut, die waren aber auch meistens so in meinem Alter, ne? Also vielleicht ein bisschen älter, die da ein anderes Bewusstsein mittlerweile auch mitbringen, ne? Wo ich viel mehr das Gefühl hatte, boah, hier ist man auf Augenhöhe wirklich, ne? Also auch das, was meine Bedingungen oder das, was mir auch wichtig ist, das ist denen auch wichtig so, ne? Also so, wie es ja eigentlich in einem gesunden Gruppenkonzept sein sollte. Und nicht nur, nee, das sind unsere Anforderungen, entweder ja oder nein und tschüss und alles andere ist nicht diskutabel oder wird nicht drüber gesprochen, ne? Und genau. Ja, deswegen, also fand ich das halt eine ganz spannende Sache, dass ich das jetzt mit dem Nacken hatte und für mich spürte, boah krass, das hat mir nochmal dabei geholfen, viel bewusster zu sein, auch an sich, wenn man mit diesen starken Verspannungen im Körper zu tun hat. Na klar, woher kommen die? Durch diese Daueranspannung, die auch im Körper ist. Und dann hinzukommen, boah, der Schmerz ist so groß, wenn das jetzt mein Leben bleibt, ey, das ist verminderte Lebensqualität so, ne? Und dann auf einmal fängt man ja an, sich ernst zu nehmen. Ne? Wirklich zu sagen, nein, ich mache langsamer. Nein, ich lasse mich jetzt hier nicht stressen, weil den Preis, den ich gesundheitlich dafür zahle, der ist mir zu hoch. So, ne? Also dieses Anfangen, sich ernst zu nehmen. Es ist halt sehr schade, dass das, wie gesagt, oft dann erst dann passiert, wenn dann halt schon die Symptome da sind oder wenn dann schon Diagnosen da sind oder Krankheitsbilder da sind. Also deshalb auch Krankheit setze ich immer so ein bisschen in Anführungsstrichen, weil ich finde, dann kann auch so eine Identifizierung damit stattfinden. Ich finde auch eigentlich, Krankenhäuser sollten Gesundmachhäuser oder so heißen, alleine schon, dass es irgendwie, weil Worte haben halt auch eine ganz große Macht. Auch letztens, als ich so Krankentransport gesehen habe, da habe ich mir auch gedacht, welcher Mensch möchte denn da zugehören? Also zu sagen, ja, ich brauche einen Krankentransport. Also ich weiß nicht, irgendwie, das macht ja auch schon was mit einem selber. Ne? Anstatt es halt irgendwie einen anderen Namen zu geben. Also Worte formen halt ganz krass unser Bewusstsein, wie ich finde. Ne? Und deswegen möchte ich halt da auch diese Krankheitsbilder, das ist halt das gängige Wort, was verwendet wird. Deshalb wissen da ja dann alle, was ich damit meine. Aber das möchte ich eigentlich eher in Anführungsstriche setzen. Ne? Weil für mich sind das wirklich Einladungen und Türöffner, nochmal genauer hinzugucken. Ne? Und vielleicht ja auch echt sogar ein Experte in seinem eigenen Feld zu werden. Ne? Wenn man immer wieder mit demselben Thema Last hat und wirklich anfängt, sich ernst zu nehmen, Eigenverantwortung zu übernehmen, sich wirklich mit dem Thema auseinanderzusetzen, hinzusetzen, darüber zu recherchieren, zu studieren, zu lernen, dann fängt man ja auch an, ein Experte auf diesem Weg zu werden. Also viele Menschen auch, die wirklich Krankheitsgeschichten haben, die dann da aber daraufhin angefangen haben, wirklich ja, diese Ursachen zu erforschen, die dann da wirklich hilfreiche Elemente gefunden haben, um anderen Menschen, die halt dann auch damit zu kämpfen haben, denen helfen zu können. Aufgrund dessen, was sie für sich selber entdeckt haben. Ne? Also letztendlich ja auch ein bisschen wie hier die Heldenreise zum emotionalen Bewusstsein, wo ich auch sage, boah, diese Schmerzen und dieses, was ich halt auf emotionaler Ebene halt in mir gespürt habe, das erforsche ich, da gehe ich auf die Reise, ne? Wo kommt das her? Ne? Was kann ich tun? Ne? Wie kann ich wieder die Lebensqualität zurückgewinnen und so weiter? Und das ist ja letztendlich, was hier dann auch der Kanal ist, ne? Um anderen Menschen damit zu helfen, auch für sich dann Antworten zu finden. Ne? Also auch das, was vielleicht erstmal wie so eine ja, wie gesagt, schmerzhafte Karte in unserem Kartenblatt des Lebens erscheint. Darin kann aber tatsächlich unglaublich viel Potenzial liegen, teilweise sogar, dass da teils unser Lebensweg drin liegen kann. Ne? Weil das ist das, wenn man das erforscht und da auf die Reise geht, dem begegnet, da jetzt keine Angst vor hat und dem vermeidet oder immer die Verantwortung abgibt, nee, nur andere müssen mir helfen oder ja, dann sich von der Pharmaindustrie abhängig machen. Wie gesagt, ich bin jetzt nicht komplett gegen die Pharmaindustrie. Ne, es ist ja auch, wie wusste ich jetzt Ibuprofen zu schätzen, ne, als es wirklich auch heftig war. Ne, also alles ja auch wieder im Rahmen des Umgangs, also wie man halt auch damit umgeht, ne, also ob man es positiv oder produktiv gebraucht oder halt anfängt, es zu missbrauchen. Aber ich sag mal, es gibt ja so Menschen, die gar nicht in die Eigenverantwortung gehen, also gar nicht mal zu schauen, okay, ich setze mich da mal selber hin, was könnte ich denn selber mal tun? Oder, ne, sondern die vielleicht immer nur so alles, was der Arzt sagt, ist dass der Arzt ist der Gott. Nur er hat irgendwie recht, ich selber, ich habe ja gar nicht die Möglichkeiten und ja und nee, nur Tabletten können mir helfen. Also man begibt sich da einfach in unglaubliche Abhängigkeiten. Und da finde ich halt einfach auch für sich selber kann es spannend sein, halt den Ansatz zu finden, zu sagen, ey, natürlich, dafür sind die Menschen da. Ich hole mir auch die professionelle Meinung mit ins Boot, ne, und lass halt auch einen Arzt oder so drauf gucken. Und nichtsdestotrotz gibt es auch verschiedene Ärzte, ne? Also es gibt auch, wo man sagt so, also hier irgendwie diesen ganzen Besuch und auch alles, wie das hier ablief, das fand ich echt fragwürdig. Also löste mir echt so ein komisches Gefühl aus. Ich glaube, ich hole mir noch mal eine Zweitmeinung, ne? Also auch sowas ist immer möglich. Und was dann aber auch immer noch möglich ist, wir haben das Internet. Natürlich gibt es da, das ist das Ding, ne? Das Internet ist auch überspült mit Sachen, die einem nur noch mehr Panik machen. Aber ich finde, man kann da auch auf sehr gute Sachen stoßen. Und deshalb sage ich da auch immer so, die Intuition macht es irgendwie. Also die hat mir total geholfen, dass ich schon spürte, nee, da ist wieder jemand, der will nur Panik machen. Da ist wieder nur jemand, der will sein Produkt verkaufen. So. Also da ist schon eine Intuition auch für zu entwickeln, ne? Wo man so in sich reinspürt, oh, höre ich da mal mehr rein, weil ich das Gefühl habe, da klingt wirklich auf tieferer Ebene was in mir an. Oder ist es eher die Angst, die jetzt in mir getriggert ist, weil die Person hier irgendwelche angstmachenden Titel oder irgendwie die Art und Weise, wie das hier alles aufgebaut ist, sehr auf Angstmache ist, nur um mich dann mit meiner Angst zu fesseln, damit ich dann halt dranbleibe, was ja dann Profit ist für die Person, die jetzt das Video macht oder halt den Blogartikel schreibt. Deshalb ist da halt immer ganz wichtig zu verstehen, wie Menschen damit Geld verdienen. Ne? Also die verdienen damit Geld, je länger sie den Menschen fesseln können. Und deshalb sind halt auch ganz viele Videos so aufgebaut, mit diesem ganz zum Schluss verrate ich euch was ganz Tolles, also bleibt auf jeden Fall dran. Wie gesagt, das ist jetzt ja nicht, ne, das kann ja jeder so machen, wie er möchte. Aber manchmal hat man so das Gefühl, boah, da wird jetzt hier mit Absicht irgendwie drumrum geredet, obwohl die Person genau weiß, was sie eigentlich sagen möchte, nur damit die Leute halt dranbleiben. Oder halt auch, das ist, finde ich, bei Blogartikeln aber tatsächlich mehr, dass die wirklich mit Angstüberschriften arbeiten. Also ich habe das oft gesehen, als ich für Flöckchen zum Beispiel nach Sachen geguckt habe, ne, wo ich Flöckchen neu hatte. Oh, da habe ich wirklich, da habe ich so viel Panik gekriegt, ne? Und deswegen hatte ich dann aber angefangen, mir die Hundeversicherung zu machen mit Videotelefonie, dass ich dann halt immer lieber mit einem Tierarzt per Videotelefonie sprechen konnte. Weil da ist auch das, und gerade mit den kleinen Wesen kriegen die ein. Also ich lasse mir für mich selber, mit dem, was ich habe, jetzt nicht so viel Angst machen. Aber als es dann halt um Flöckchen ging, also ne, um ein kleines, schützenswertes Wesen, für das ich halt die Verantwortung habe, da war es schon mal eher, dass ich mir habe Angst machen lassen von den Artikeln, ne, weil mir da auch einfach noch das Wissen fehlte so, ne, und da hat mir dann zum Beispiel total geholfen, der Kontakt mit den Tierärzten auch per Video, weil ja, die meistens mich in vielen Sachen einfach beruhigen konnten, wo ich merkte, okay, hier wird wirklich ganz schön das Thema heiß gemacht, damit die Leute aus Angst das anklicken, weil die Leute verdienen mit den Klicks ihr Geld, ne? Und ich finde, diese Masche zu wählen, wie gesagt, kann jeder für sich selber entscheiden. ist ja auch leider nicht verboten, aber was heißt leider, ne? Ich finde, der Mensch hat eine Eigenverantwortung, da auch für sich zu merken, okay, sind das Videos, die ich mir angucke, lasse ich mich von meiner Angst lenken, dass ich aus Angst jetzt wieder dieses Video angucke, oder gehe ich mal eher danach, okay, aber wo führt mich wirklich mein innerer Kompass hin, meine Intuition, ne? Und nicht meine Angst. Und das kann man eigentlich da auch mal im Internet, wenn man unterwegs ist mit Videos und diesen Blogartikeln und so, ganz gut für sich üben. Mal kurz innezuhalten und zu sagen, ist das gerade irgendwie sowas Inneres und wie gesagt, ja, wie so ein Ping, was in mir anspringt, was so sagt, da gehe ich mal lang. Oder ist es so ein, oh Gott, oh, was? Das muss ich jetzt unbedingt lesen, ne? Um meine Angst, die durch die Überschrift quasi getriggert wurde, dadurch dann zu stillen. Ne? Und das ist halt diese Dynamik, da habe ich ein Riesenproblem mit so, ne? Also sie erschaffen quasi eine Angst, Menschen, die halt mit diesen Angstüberschriften und so arbeiten, um sich dann aber auch als Retter aufzuspielen. Ne? Also sie machen erst die Angst mit ihrer panikmachenden Überschrift, nur um dann zu sagen in ihrem Bericht, aber keine Sorge, ich kann dich ja beruhigen, weil ich zeige dir jetzt, wie du irgendwie das dann halt so. Und das ist so, also wie gesagt, überhaupt nicht mein Ding, muss ja jeder selber wissen, aber das finde ich halt schon krass. Und genau, nur davon mal abgesehen, ich sag mal, wenn man da so ein bisschen seinen inneren Kompass wieder damit stärker in Verbindung ist und mehr für sich rausfinden kann, boah, hat das hier wieder so eine Energie von Angstmache oder ist das hier wirklich informativ gemeint, dann kann man da schon eine ganz gute Antwort halt auch im Internet finden und Begleiter finden. Jetzt zum Beispiel ich mit dem Nacken, ich finde ja Liebscher und Bracht heißen die, glaube ich, die finde ich super. Also die geben so tolle Übungen mit, ne, in ihren Videos für orthopädische Sachen. Und da habe ich dann direkt Übungen übernommen, ich habe auch direkt nach der Übung eine Entlastung gespürt. Und das meine ich, also man kann sich im Internet schon ganz tolle Elemente dazu holen, wo man sich dann halt, ja, also Hilfe zur Selbsthilfe quasi holen kann. Ja, ne, aber auf jeden Fall dazu finde ich wieder auch da, dieses Gesamtpaket zu finden, ne, zu sagen, okay, ich habe Spezialisten, wo ich hingehen kann. Ich kann selber für mich aber ganz viel tun. Ob, wie gesagt, mit Sport, Ernährung, das sind so diese Basics, ne? Sich damit auseinandersetzen. Übungen, die man speziell machen kann. Entspannungstraining, was man für sich machen kann. An seinem Mindset zu arbeiten. An anderen Übungen, Achtsamkeitsübungen zu arbeiten, ne? Wo auch so Dankbarkeitsübungen und so auch mit reinzählen können. Also da gibt es ja so viel, was wir machen können. Aber ich glaube, ganz oft scheitert es auch einfach an dieser gewissen Eigenverantwortung, ne? Wie gesagt, sich wirklich ernst zu nehmen. Und da könnte echt eine Blockade sein bezüglich, weil vielleicht Sätze auch prägend waren, wie ja, jetzt nimm dich selbst nicht so wichtig oder ja, was glaubst du und wer du bist, jetzt stell dich mal hinten an, andere haben wirkliche Probleme. Also ich glaube auch so ganz viele Glaubenssätze, die sehr früh halt auch schon gehört wurden in Bezug auf die eigenen Bedürfnisse oder was man selber braucht. Ne? Da wäre mal spannend reinzuhören, ob diese Glaubenssätze sich vielleicht halt auch blockierend davor stellen könnten, in die Eigenverantwortung zu gehen. Ne? Dass man das mit etwas verknüpft hat, so dieses, nee, aber aber ich muss doch in erster Linie draußen alles abliefern, draußen alles so, ne? Und ich komme doch erst ganz hinten. Ne? Und natürlich, wenn solche Glaubensmuster da sind, dann ist es schwierig mit der Eigenverantwortung, weil die Eigenverantwortung hat damit zu tun, zu sagen, nee, ich gucke jetzt mal auf mich, was ich brauche. Ne, das ist da wieder das, ich setze mir auch als erstes die Maske auf, weil nur wenn ich die Atemmaske im Flugzeug auf habe, kann ich halt dem Gegenüber auch helfen. Ja? Deswegen, das meine ich jetzt nicht, dass es in eine hochgradig selbstzentrierte Form ausarten muss. Ne? Also natürlich kann es erstmal, wenn wir wieder in dieses Pendel gehen, man hat vielleicht erstmal in einem sehr Extremen gelebt, von wegen, boah, ich habe mich kaum um mich selber gekümmert, immer nur im Außen, im Außen, im Außen, was aber oft nicht ganz selbstlos war, ne? Weil durch dieses im Außen auch sich vielleicht selber aufopfern oder immer für andere, hat man ja auch was davon bekommen. Ne? Also es kam dann ja auch oft ein, oh, Sie sind aber fleißig, oh, Sie sind aber eine ganz engagierte Mitarbeiterin. Und Sie, ne, also so ganz selbstlos ist das nicht, ne? Also das finde ich an der Stelle auch nochmal wichtig zu sagen, ne? Dass vieles, was man so selbstlos tat, im Endeffekt auch, wenn man mal ganz ehrlich zu sich ist, dass man da doch auch für sich selber was rausgeholt hat, ne? Nur wichtig ist ja hinzukommen in soziale Systeme, wo gar nicht mehr auch verlangt wird, dass man sich selber so bis ins Biegen und Brechen aufopfert. Ähm, Hauptsache, es dient irgendwie wem anders. Ne? Und in der Abhängigkeit dann von dem Lob und der Bestätigung und der Zuwendung dieser Person, der das dient, dass man sich selber aufopfert. Das sind ja bekannte Dynamiken. Ne? Wie kleine Mädchen, kleine Jungen, die alles machen, damit Papa oder Mama sagt, du bist aber ein braver Junge, du bist aber ein liebes Mädchen, dich habe ich ganz besonders lieb. Ja, das sieht man noch auf dem Arbeitsmarkt voll. Also im Endeffekt, da sind Erwachsene, die voll, also alle im Endeffekt, oder so viele, die eigentlich kleine Jungs, kleine Mädchen sind. Ne, die danach betteln, so bitte hab mich lieb oder bitte bestätige mir, dass ich ein braves Mädchen bin, dass ich ein guter Junge bin, dass ich fleißig bin. Weil das nun mal auch etwas war, was in der vergangenen Erziehung halt einfach einen immensen Fokus bekommen hat. Ne? Dieses fleißig, brav, so. Also man hat damit wirklich kleine Roboter erzogen. Ne? Die Hauptsache funktionieren und leisten. Ne? Und deswegen, also in der Erziehung wandelt sich ja aktuell auch ganz viel und deswegen werden da auch, wird da auch ein Wandel auf jeden Fall stattfinden. Ne? Weil das ist für mich halt einfach auch das Ziel im sozialen System. Klar, also es müssen so Grundsachen halt auch einfach funktionieren. Aber ansonsten, dass es halt auch guckt, dass es für alle Parteien auch stimmig ist. Ne? Natürlich, wenn ich mich jetzt auf einen Arbeitsmarkt bewerbe, wo die Anforderung einfach ist, okay, hier ist es aber wichtig, dass du mit sauber machst. Das ist einfach eine Anforderung. Ne? Und dann kommt jemand dahin, bewirbt sich auf den Job, aber sagt, nee, aber sauber machen will ich nicht. Dann würde ich auch sagen, ja gut, aber das ist ja der Job, auf den du dich bewirbst. So, ne? Also das wäre jetzt zum Beispiel so ein Fall, wo ich sagen würde, ja gut, da kommt man aber hier nicht zusammen, dann bist du hier einfach nicht an der richtigen Adresse. Ne? Und das hat auch nicht damit zu tun, dass ich mich nicht für deine Bedürfnisse interessiere, nur dann passt das ja hier nicht. Ne? Also ich werde ja auch nicht Flugbegleiterin und sage so, ja, aber nee, aber ich will nicht fliegen. Dann denkst du dir auch so, ne? Und wenn man dann sagt, ja, dann passt das hier nicht. Ach so, sie interessieren sich also nicht für meine Bedürfnisse. Man denkt so, naja, also das ist jetzt, ne? Also das finde ich jetzt auch wichtig, ne? Zu gucken. Also es ist ja auch schon wichtig, in welchem Rahmen, ne? Wo man sagt, okay, ist das denn hier ähm, realistisch, dass ich hier in dem Kontext auch danach frage? Ne? Wäre das hier tatsächlich realistisch? Oder frage ich hier etwas Utopisches? Und das wäre für mich jetzt wirklich, ich will Flugbegleiterin werden, aber ich will nicht ins Flugzeug. Ne? Oder ich möchte als Reinigungskraft arbeiten, aber ich möchte nicht sauber machen. So, also das wäre, wo ich denke, so, okay, das macht aber einfach keinen Sinn. Ne? Aber Bedürfnisse meine ich jetzt, dass halt Arbeitszeiten zum Beispiel angepasst werden können. Ne? Wie jetzt zum Beispiel bei so Reinigungen, ne? Wo man sagt, okay, aber ganz ehrlich, ob sie jetzt Punkt um diese Uhrzeit hier sind oder man macht halt Gleitzeit, was es ja auch schon gibt, oder ne, das ist zum Beispiel, nö, da könnten wir drüber sprechen, das ist möglich. Ne? Oder Homeoffice-Geschichten, ne? Zu sagen, nee, aber Homeoffice ist auf jeden Fall möglich. Ne? Da können wir auf jeden Fall drüber sprechen, weil sie müssen nicht zwingend hier sein. Ne? Und wenn das für sie zum Beispiel für ihr Leben eine Entlastung darstellen würde, ne? Einfach weil sie zu Hause auch eingespannt sind oder was auch immer, dann können wir da auf jeden Fall drüber reden. Das sind so Sachen, die ich meine, ne? Wo man sagt, okay, da ist jetzt nicht nur, nein, das sind hier die Regeln und so muss es sein und nicht anders, sondern dass man sagt, naja gut, also ich gucke schon im Rahmen des Machbaren und wenn ich merke, doch, das wäre für unser Unternehmen oder was auch immer, wäre das machbar, dann können wir da sehr gerne drüber sprechen. So, also diese Haltung halt, ne? Genau, dass es halt gar nicht erst dahin kommt, so dieses, boah, ich muss mich hier aufopfern und alles machen und nur dann, ja, kann ich irgendwie Teil von etwas sein oder dazugehören oder mir hier meine Arbeit sichern oder wie auch immer. Ne? Was mir jetzt auch noch kommt zum Thema Eigenverantwortung, was da auch noch blockierend wirken kann, ist, dass Eigenverantwortung auch Verlassenheitswunden aktivieren kann. Ne? Weswegen dieses, das ist deine eigene Verantwortung, dass das nicht als Freiheit empfunden wird, sondern als Schmerz. Ne? Und da ist sich auch spannend, die Verlassenheitsthemen anzugucken, weil das war bei mir zum Beispiel ein Thema. Ne? Weil das war dieses Jahr gut, ich habe mich aber schon die ganze Zeit seelisch und emotional um mich selbst kümmern müssen, weil da irgendwie, ne, das so unter den Teppich gefallen ist. Und jetzt, danke, dass ich mich jetzt auch wieder um mich selber kümmern darf, so gefühlt. Ne? Also das kann halt so diesen Schmerz halt auch in einem auslösen, den man ja als Kind schon gespürt hat. Ne? Dieses sich um sich selber kümmern zu müssen. Ne? Wo aber da andere Menschen hätten da sein sollen. Ne? Und deswegen ist halt auch total wichtig zu gucken, mit diesen Videos, die ich zum letzten aufgenommen habe, mit dem Erwachsenen-Ich und dem Kinder-Ich. Also mir hilft das total, das Erwachsene-Ich bewusst mich mit dem zu verbinden. Weil wenn ich in dem Erwachsenen-Ich bin, da empfinde ich dann Eigenverantwortung als Freiheit. Wenn das Kinder-Ich aktiviert ist, dann ist Eigenverantwortung oft überwältigend oder auch mit Verlassenheitsgefühlen verbunden. Ne? Und das fand ich auch noch als spannenden Impuls. Ne? Weswegen dieses Jahr, das ist in meiner Verantwortung, wow, dann kann ich das liegt in meiner Hand, das ist ja was sehr Ermächtigendes, ne? Und was sehr, das gibt mir auch eine Freiheit, ne? Das gibt mir eine Unabhängigkeit. Aber aus einer Kindersicht, wenn sich dann halt vielleicht ein Verlassenheitstrauma oder was auch immer aktiviert, dann ist auf einmal, ich habe die Verantwortung, ich habe mein Leben selbst in der Hand. Naja, also aus der Sicht ist das jetzt nicht gerade sehr ermächtigend, dann ist das sehr überwältigend und überfordernd. Ne? Also auch da könnte helfen, in sich drin einfach diese beiden Ebenen zu finden, um zu spüren, krass, überwältigt mich das jetzt gerade, diese Eigenverantwortung, bin ich damit erschlagen und was auch immer. Könnte das ein kindlicher Anteil in mir sein, der sich gerade meldet, ne? Der vielleicht viel zu viel Verantwortung für etwas tragen musste, der vielleicht Verantwortung für etwas tragen musste, was gar nicht seine Verantwortung war. Ne? Ob seinem Umfeld gegenüber oder sich selbst gegenüber. Ne? Also ich hatte zum Beispiel eine immense Verantwortung für mein emotionales Wohlergehen. Da war ich so auf mich gestellt quasi. Ne? Und das ist halt ein großes Alleingelassengefühl, was dann da ist. Und das war für mich auch die letzten Jahre erstmal, mich durch diese Verlassenheitswunde halt auch zu arbeiten, dass überhaupt irgendwann diese Eigenverantwortung und so etwas Ermächtigendes hat und nicht etwas Erschlagendes. Ne? Und da hilft, wie gesagt, das erwachsene Ich in sich zu finden und mit dem zu arbeiten, dass das dann halt in die Eigenverantwortung geht und nicht das innere Kind in die Eigenverantwortung gehen muss, weil das muss es nicht. Das erwachsene Ich, aber nicht das innere Kind. Ne? Genau, ja, das ist auf jeden Fall, wow, sind das jetzt 32 Minuten gewesen? Krass. Naja, aber es ist auch auf jeden Fall ein spannendes Thema, ne? Da halt für sich dieses Paket, sage ich mal, so zusammenzubauen aus den verschiedenen Elementen. Genau, mit der Eigenverantwortung war ich ja als letztes dran. Ne? Genau, dass da Blockaden sein können, die Eigenverantwortung zu gehen, weil viele das mit egoistisch sein oder was auch immer verknüpft haben oder Angst dann davor haben, die Bestätigung im Außen zu verlieren. Das ist wichtig, sich da mal zu hinterfragen, ne? Auch inwieweit dann eine Abhängigkeit der Bestätigung anderer vielleicht aktuell noch notwendig ist. Und das wirklich nicht beschämend oder was auch immer gemeint, sondern wirklich nur für sich selber so zum Reflektieren. Ne? Ist vielleicht der Drang nach Bestätigung im Außen wichtiger, als mich um mich selbst zu kümmern? Und dann könnte man halt aber auch mal die sozialen Systeme, in denen man sich befindet, hinterfragen. Ne, das wäre auch nochmal spannend zu gucken. Zu sagen, okay, aber gibt es vielleicht soziale Systeme, wo jemand sagt, ey, aber es ist doch wichtig, dass du auch auf dich selber guckst. Ne? Das ist jetzt in so klassischen Freundschaften, sage ich jetzt mal, der Fall, wo vielleicht eine Person ist, die unglaublich viel fordert. Und wenn dann die andere Freundin vielleicht sagt, ich kann jetzt aber nicht oder ich habe jetzt andere Pläne oder so. Und dann macht die eine Freundin halt so voll das große Fass auf, so wie, du lässt mich jetzt hier allein, du lässt mich jetzt hier im Stich, aber ne, blablabla. Und dann denkt die andere Freundin auch, ja gut, aber ich kann ja auch nicht jetzt immer irgendwie da sein. Ich bin ja hier nicht Standby irgendwie so, ne, dass ich hier abrufbar bin, wann immer. Es muss ja auch für mich passen. Und da wäre dann auch mal so die Beziehungen zu hinterfragen. Ne? Also habe ich hier mit einer Person zu tun, die, sobald ich ja vielleicht auch mal selber äußere, für mich passt jetzt aber gerade nicht oder ich möchte jetzt was anderes machen oder so, wird dann eine Person sehr ausfallen. Ne? Und sich dann daran zu erinnern, das ist aber, glaube ich, nicht so gesund, was hier abläuft, weil es war so, als ich anfing mit Grenzen setzen. Weil das sehr viel die Reaktion in meinem Umfeld war, als ich halt anfing, Grenzen zu setzen. Und da kam mir mit der Gedanke, wie kannst du was von mir wollen, wenn du doch weißt, es fühlt sich für mich aber nicht stimmig an. Also wie kannst du dann trotzdem weiterhin dieses Verhalten oder diese Handlung von mir einfordern? Also was sagt mir das über dich? Und es ist was anderes zu sagen, schade, hätte ich mich gefreut, aber weiß ich Bescheid, bringt oder sonst nichts. Ne? Also man darf ja auch sagen, schade oder was auch immer, aber darum ja wir wissen, ey, wenn du das jetzt hier machen würdest, obwohl du das nicht willst, oh Gott, bitte nicht, nein. Ne? Aber es gibt ja Leute, die so fordernd sind, dass sie halt sagen, nee, mir ist egal, ob du das willst oder nicht, weil die sehen nur ihrs, weil die jetzt ihrs nicht kriegen, was ja auch eine sehr kindliche Haltung ist. Ne? Also da ist auch in die kindlichen Themen auf jeden Fall reinzugucken, wo dieses Verhalten herkommt. Ne? Dass denen so quasi sagen, ja, mir egal, ob du das so willst oder nicht. Ne? Also das sagen sie in dem Fall nicht direkt, mir egal, ob du das willst oder nicht, aber sie machen das in ihrem Verhalten sehr deutlich, dass sie dann nur über ihr sprechen, ja, aber das macht mit mir jetzt oder was mit mir und mit mir, wo man sagt, ja, okay, aber kannst du mich mal anhören? Ich möchte das aber gerade nicht. Ne? Also da fehlt, das merke ich super schnell bei Menschen, dass da oft diese Ebene fehlt, dass sie dann so in ihrem Schmerz getriggert sind oder in ihrem Kontrollverlust oder in ihrem was auch immer dann halt hochkommt, dass sie dann nur von dem, was das jetzt mit ihnen macht, erzählen. Und das ist ja in Ordnung. Also man kann ja auch dann sagen, auch schade, wie ich ja eben meinte, aber in einem Rahmen. Aber dann ist ja auch wichtig, das Gegenüber zu sehen und zu sagen, ey, ach schade, Mensch, aber gut, dann weiß ich Bescheid. Ne, ist ja auch wichtig, dass es für beide, wenn stimmig ist. Das fehlt mir bei ganz vielen Menschen. Viele sind dann einfach durch eine Grenze in einer anderen Person, durch ein Nein oder durch ein Ich möchte das nicht, geht in ihnen so ein Schmerz auf. Also bei mir meldet sich da so dieses, wo ich mir denke, da wäre vielleicht auch mal Verlassenheitsthemen, Verlassenheitswunden sich wirklich anzugucken, wenn diese starken Schmerzen da sind, ne, dass es spannend ist, da mal hinzuschauen, aber dass dann dieser Schmerz so überflutend ist, dass dann ein sehr egoistisches Verhalten aufgrund des Schmerzes entstehen kann. Ne? Also sehr überflutender Schmerz kann sehr egoistisch machen. Ne? Weil ab dem Moment ist so dieses, nee, jetzt sehe ich nur noch mich und meinen Schmerz und weil du mir das jetzt nicht gibst, was ich haben will. Da denke ich mir dann auch so, ja, das ist ja auch echt so eine Schuldkeule, die dann da auch echt dann ausgeliefert wird, ne? Und da hatte ich lange Zeit zu kämpfen mit, lange Zeit dann auch mit schlechtem Gewissen und so weiter. Aber dann bin ich immer mehr an den Punkt gekommen, wo ich mir dachte, ja, danke, dass du dich so dafür interessierst, wie es mir geht, so, ne? Oder mal in einem Satz zu sagen, ey, aber ist mir auch wichtig, gut, dass du das mitteilst, so ehrlich, weil mir ist ja auch wichtig, dass wir das beide wollen oder was auch immer. Ne, dass sich das für beide stimmig anfühlt. Ne? Deshalb danke, dass du das mitteilst. Klar, ich bin jetzt ein bisschen traurig, aber ist ja schon in Ordnung. Ne? Das zeigt ja auch nur, dass ich mich gefreut hätte, wenn es halt stattgefunden hätte. Ne? Aber wie gesagt, mit dem Wissen, dass du das nicht möchtest, dann fühlt sich das ja für mich auch nicht mehr stimmig an. Also so halt eigentlich. Ne? Aber immer dieses Bewusstsein dafür, okay, aber ich sehe dich auch. Aber wenn der Schmerz zu überwältigend ist, dann kann es sein, dass so das aufhört, dieses Ich sehe dich auch. Dann ist es dieses Ich sehe nur mich und was das mit mir macht und ich bin jetzt so verletzt und ich bin jetzt das. Man denkt so, okay, aber, ne? Und gerade bei Grenzen setzen ist das ein ganz schwieriges Thema, weil wenn ein Mensch einen dann nicht in Ruhe lässt, obwohl man ja eine Grenze gesetzt hat, dann ist dieses Nicht in Ruhe lassen ja auch eine krasse Grenzüberschreitung. Ne? Natürlich aus der eigenen Not, aus der eigenen Schmerzüberwältigung und so weiter, aber ab dem Moment wird halt einfach ein Miteinander super ungesund so, ne? Genau. Ja, also wie gesagt, das zu dem Thema nochmal auch, warum Blockaden mit der Eigenverantwortung einhergehen können, aber wie wichtig das ist und was das auch einfach dann mit unserem Selbstbewusstsein, also dieses Selbstbewusstsein, dieses bewusste uns selbst gegenüber, was wir dann entwickeln, den bewussten Umgang mit uns selbst gegenüber, Also das ist echt Gold wert. Und da kann ich jetzt echt ein Lied von singen. Und deshalb würde ich sagen, ne, mal gucken, was sind vielleicht deine Blockaden, die du im Leben hast, ne, ob physisch, seelisch. Und da vielleicht, ja, schaffst du vielleicht auch das zu sehen als ein Tor, was sich öffnet dazu, als ein Türöffner, in einen bewussteren Kontakt mit dir selber zu kommen. Ne, was du brauchst, was dir wichtig ist, damit es dir gut geht. Ne, und dann darf diese Ebene gerne oder dieser Raum auch gerne in sich gefunden werden und ja, mit integriert werden, weil darum geht es ja immer. Es geht ja nicht um dieses Schwarz oder Weiß, es geht darum, dass es einfach mit integriert wird, ne? Also eine zusätzliche Ressource, die wir dann für uns entwickeln können. Genau, also ich wünsche euch einen schönen Tag und sende ganz, ganz liebe Grüße. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Ciao, ciao.
Love addiction is when you get high on love beyond lust and attraction in early stages of dating. This obsession takes over your body, your mind, your entire life, and you feel euphoric when they text, only to crash into anxiety the moment they pull away. You know in your mind it's unhealthy, but there's something in you, in your heart, that means you just can't walk away. This isn't just in your head. Love addiction is wired into your body. And today I'll explain this and why, if you've ever felt addicted in love, it's not because you're weak or desperate. It's because your nervous system is hooked on the emotional highs and lows of inconsistent love, like a slot machine. If you want to get to the bottom of why your mind and heart are just so out of alignment in romantic relationships, this video will be a game changer for you, because I'll also explain how to break free of love addiction and rewire yourself so you don't use love as a dopamine escape, but it becomes a healthy, stable, and secure outlet for you. Like my client Joni, who was stuck in love addiction for years with a partner who eventually became a friend that she was still stuck in this addiction with. He shined a light on her shadows and triggered her deeply, but no amount of therapy or work could heal her love addiction until she learned how to dive deep into the core wounds that live in her body that caused the love addiction, so that she could release that trauma and let go of her attachment to him. A few months later, they had a phone call together, and she felt zero dopamine hit or relief from their contact, and she was finally free and knows with certainty that she will always choose herself. So love addiction, or limerence as it's also called, is categorized as an addiction because of the neurobiological process the brain undergoes with the limerent object, the object of your interest, which is the person that you are in love with or addicted to. Just like other addictions, you can be more prone to love addiction if you always need to be in love, right? You're always in some kind of relationship, or you idolize the concept of love as a fantasy. Disney films and fantasy movies train your mind to be wired to use love in a way that produces excess dopamine that then soothes and calms you. And as long as you have a limerent object and are in love, you feel calm, safe, and secure. My earliest memories are of imagining a knight in shining armor to come and rescue me as a little girl. I'd even fall asleep with that expression of just being ready to be kissed, you know? Then when puberty hit, I learned how to play out those fantasy narratives with actual boys. I'd find myself getting hooked on the chase of getting a boy to be interested in me, and it consumed my mind and body. And if we actually ended up in relationship, it was short-lived. And the breakup, the crushing feelings of being rejected, again brought me this chemical release in a more masochistic way, because even though we'd broken up, I was still connected to him because of that rejection. So as long as I kept playing out possible scenarios of reconciliation, I'd have hope and that dopamine would still come through for me. But why do we actually learn to do this? Using fantasy and dopamine in this way is a response to growing up in an unsafe childhood environment and experiencing trauma, either capital or little t trauma on the outside. The real trauma, though, is what happens on the inside of you as a result of that external situation. And you didn't have a healthy way to process it, so you you learned a maladaptive strategy by placing your healing in the hands of a fantasy person, the limerent object. So for me, what caused my trauma was a chaotic family household with emotionally unavailable parents where I just didn't get enough connection and safety from them. So I sought it elsewhere in these fantasy stories in my mind and found great strength and inspiration in the dopamine I could produce on demand inside my body. I had a whole lot of little habits. One boyfriend I remember had sent me a handwritten note asking to be my boyfriend with like a box for yes and a box for no to tick. And I ticked yes and I held onto that note and I looked at it every night before I went to sleep. We never actually talked much and we rarely held hands or hung out. That entire relationship existed in my mind and it was fed through that nightly ritual of taking out that little note, gazing upon it adoringly, and just replaying all the memories I'd collected up until that point of our fleeting moments of connection at school. I was 14 and I was in the throes of early stage love addiction. Now, some people grow out of that. Some people would say that that's pretty normal for a 14-year-old, but for me, my love addiction grew and grew. As I became an adult, my internal world became more wired to seek out a limerent object to crave. And I'd hook on any guy that would throw some interest my way, and I'd play out the drama and intrigue purely in my mind of either euphoria or withdrawal. With him sometimes having little to no idea I even had feelings for him. Now, a key aspect of a limerent object is a person who cannot return your interest. It is unrequited love. Love addiction cannot exist when there is reciprocation from your limerent object. It just simply can't exist because love addiction is not addiction to love, but it's actually addiction to the inconsistency and uncertainty and unpredictability of the connection. Because the dopamine high intensifies the more inconsistent that connection is. So if you're connected to your partner all the time, the brain doesn't give you nearly as much dopamine as if you're connected sometimes and other times you're being rejected. And this becomes the roller coaster that you get absolutely hooked on, and where the highest of high dopamine hits you'll ever experience come when it comes to romantic love. Now, this level of dopamine is associated to be on par with the use of cocaine or alcohol. And there's science behind this connection. A study from the University of California, San Francisco, published in Science back in 2012, and it found that male fruit flies who got rejected drank 4 times more alcohol than those who successfully made it, getting that dopamine high. Now, as the professor in charge put it, it's the same reward center, just a different way to get there. You might not be drinking or taking drugs, but you are using your imagination to produce the same chemical effect. Now, as someone who's healed her love addiction, I can tell you that SLAA and talk therapy won't actually get to the root of the trauma that spurs on the behavior of seeking dopamine to self-soothe, because the trauma that causes the pathways of love addiction to form lives in the body, not in the mind. The behavior might be a habit that's been rewarded enough times that you're hooked in this pattern of seeking dopamine through love addiction, but the root cause comes from deep feelings of unworthiness, abandonment, and loneliness. And those emotions and scars live energetically in your body. You cannot talk your way out of love addiction. You cannot rewire the way you think with affirmations and mantras. You have to feel and release the trapped emotional energy that caused you to start the behavior of love addiction in the first place. Now, how do we do this? I teach my clients this through a process called RAIN that I want to teach you now. So RAIN is an acronym. It stands for Recognize, Allow, Investigate, and Nurture. The first thing you're going to do with RAIN is you're going to become aware of your nervous system. Fluctuations during the day are really natural. We go through states of parasympathetic when we're in rest and digest, and sympathetic where we're a little bit activated and aroused. And when you're in love addiction, you are in a hyper aroused state. It's actually anxiety that you're in, and it's actually fight that you're in. Love addiction is a moving towards energy where you're wanting to grasp onto someone. So notice when you get stuck on in your body, and notice what's actually going on somatically for you. And possibly you've been stuck on in this state for a long time. So maybe you are in a chronic state of fight, flight, and you need to lean into moments and instances where you feel more relaxed and you're more in your parasympathetic. Once you start to become a little more aware of your nervous nervous system, instead of running that usual pattern where you will go into a limerent fantasy about your object, which is effectively fleeing from any kind of discomfort or emotion that's coming up in your body, or a way of dissociating. You might also like to watch lots of Netflix or eat lots of food. I want you to do this rain practice first. Just before you do the behavior, I want you to start by recognizing the presence of something inside of you that is uncomfortable, that you're trying to cover over with this addictive behavior, thinking about him or whatever other behaviors you have. There is something emotionally in there you're trying to get away from that's coming up. And I want you to see that emotion as one part of you, but not the whole part of you, right? There are other parts and other aspects to your personality that don't exist in this love addiction land. And so knowing that this is just one part that's coming up can give us a bit of space. So in your mind, I want you to imagine that you see this love addicted part inside of you in front of you, that you're visiting with it, right? And that you want to get to know it more better. I want you to actually imagine it as a small, fragile, afraid, naive little girl, okay? So that's the recognizing part. Then you're going to allow this part to be here, this little girl. Say things to her like, thank you for being here. Thank you for protecting me. Thank you for caring and for loving me. I'm here for you. I'm listening. You want to allow this part to feel fully seen and heard and acknowledged, because she didn't feel that way when the first trauma happened, right? She had to suppress and push things down and find maladaptive behaviors to help her go through what was happening for her. And that's what turned into love addiction. So we've got to give her as much space as you possibly can. Go so far as to identify what she believes she's trying to do, which is probably, she thinks she's trying to keep you safe by going into this fantasy limerent state. And if you get triggered and notice real extreme discomfort in your body, like some kind of tension that needs to be released, allow yourself to lean into the discomfort a little bit before you go into your limerent behavior or whatever other dissociation behaviors. Just start with the edges to begin with. This isn't going to happen 100% the very first time. We've kind of got to lean into it and just do 1% every time we catch ourselves before the behavior happens. So imagine the trauma that's causing you to go into love addiction is a huge ball of emotional energy within you. Just visualize touching the edges of it and getting a sense of what it's about. Notice how much you can tolerate of feeling it before you get overwhelmed and shut down and go into the behavior. Whilst you're touching the edges of it, you're going to drop into the body and investigate what somatic sensations are coming up. Because often when we start to touch the edges of these kinds of traumas, there are some emotions that start to shift and move that have been trapped in the body, and they come out as tension in the throat or heat in the chest, or maybe this kind of sinking feeling in the gut. So particularly just before you start to have thoughts of your limerent person, I want you to notice whether your nervous system is getting aroused, right? Maybe your heart is beating faster or rapid, or you've got shallow breathing, or maybe you're feeling nervous or fidgety or stressed and on edge. I know that that was my chronic state most of the time, this full-bodied tension. And I didn't even realize that people don't live like that normally. They're normally in this really relaxed state. So get more self-aware of what's actually going on for your body. Investigate in and notice where there are patterns and places of tension and pain. Maybe you have this kind of tunnel vision and heightened focus that so wants to think about this person in your mind and just kind of wants to keep hammering home thoughts obsessively. This is all signs that you're in this kind of fight-flight state. Dry mouth, nausea, butterflies in the stomach. This is your body preparing you for effective fight-flight, which is what's going on with your love addiction. Once you've become more aware of what's going on somatically in your body just before you go into that behavior, or maybe you're in that behavior and you're also able to sit with your body somatically, I want you to ask one of those sensations these following questions. What do you need me to know right now? What do you need to feel safe in this moment? What do you need to feel loved by me in this moment? That this part of you is trying to get love from the limerent object by using this fantasy movie screen inside of you. But what we've got to do is actually give it our love. Ask it how it needs to feel loved by you, not from an external place. Track this sensation as much as you can, and if you get to a point where you're able to release the emotion by crying, and the crying feels good and you do feel relief, you've done a great job. You've cleared some of that emotional trauma. If you notice you get worse and you feel like you're kind of spiraling down and getting worse and worse, you need to stop immediately. This is something that you will need to do with a coach or therapist. The last piece of RAIN is the most important piece. It is the nurture piece. And this is where we learn to connect with the original wound that's causing our love addiction, and allowing this wound to actually feel like it belongs, that it is loved. Because this is a relational trauma, what happened to cause your love addiction happened in a relationship earlier on. It didn't happen when you were in a vacuum. It has to be healed in relationship to someone. So when you are on your own, and I talk mostly about self-healing on this channel, you can connect with those other parts of yourself I mentioned before. So this wound, this part inside of you, can feel a lot of love and belonging by your higher self, which is the person that's actually asking the questions when you ask, what do you need to feel loved? What do you need to feel safe? So in the nurture step, you are going to give so much love to this part. You're going to imagine it as that young, vulnerable, afraid child within you that just deeply needs comfort and safety. Visualize that young part in front of you, ask what it needs and give it that. Is it a hug, or just some affection, or just looking into her eyes, or just to hear her speak? What is it in your mind's eye? This might seem a bit strange and a bit unusual, but you will have images and you will have some kind of words or data that come up when you ask your wounds this. And while you're doing this, I want you to sense your nervous system. Because we're trying to co-regulate and calm down and soothe our wound, I want you to make sure there's some level of safety in the body. So focusing on your breathing, focusing on your self-soothing. So this process will heal the energy beneath the love addiction, but it is not simply sometimes a process that we can just do from watching a YouTube video. So this is the work that I do with my clients inside Heal Your Heart School.
High Functional Freeze, also eine Art von hochfunktionales Einfrieren unseres Nervensystems, ist wirklich der Zustand, meiner Erfahrung nach, worunter die meisten Traumabetroffene bis ins Erwachsenenalter unglaublich leiden. Deshalb habe ich dir heute 5 Früherkennungssignale für diesen Zustand mitgebracht, damit du, je mehr du dein Körpergewahrsein erlernst, diesen tiefen und intensiven, leidvollen Zustand mit der Zeit vermeiden kannst. Ich bin Gabriela, ich leite mein eigenes Institut für Trauma- und Körperpsychotherapie, wo wir sowohl sehr innovative, ich nenne das immer postmoderne Traumatherapien verwenden, als auch sehr traditionelle Techniken, die sich auch mittlerweile klinisch bewährt haben. Ja, und jetzt freue ich mich auf dich. Zu der Entstehung von diesem Zustand Freeze habe ich bereits schon hier auf dem Kanal ein Video für dich gedreht. In dem Video habe ich dir die häufigsten Symptome von dem intensivsten und tiefsten Zustand vom Freeze vorgestellt. Heute geht es vielmehr darum, dass du lernst, nuanciertere und wirklich feine ersten Anzeichen dafür, dass du auf dem Weg dorthin dich bereits befindest und dass du dann durch Selbstregulationstechniken, aber vor allem traumasensitive Achtsamkeit vermeiden kannst, dass du dort abstürzt oder einen Shutdown erleidest und dass diese High Functional Freeze so sehr die Kontrolle über dein Leben übernimmt, dass du das nicht einmal mehr merkst. Eins ist sicher vornweg, Freeze ist ein ebenfalls wohlwollendes und lebensrettendes Signal und Fähigkeit des Nervensystems zum Überleben. Das ist sehr wichtig, dass wir das nicht nur ernst nehmen, sondern unseren eigenen Bezug zu diesen Zuständen mit der Zeit vielleicht verändern. Denn wenn wir mit uns selbst in solchen Momenten liebevoll und wohlwollend umgehen können, dann wird eine Selbstregulation natürlich deutlich einfacher uns fallen und gewisse Ego-States oder innere Kritiker, also die Stimmen in uns, die dann uns entwerten würden, gar nicht zur Geltung kommen. Und lass uns jetzt wirklich starten. Das erste Signal, also Früherkennungssignal, ist, du kommst dir selbst nicht mehr hinterher. Das klingt vielleicht etwas lustig oder ja seltsam. Was meine ich damit? Das heißt, dass du in verschiedenen Bereichen deines Lebens plötzlich merkst, dass was sonst so von der Hand geht, nicht mehr schaffst. Zum Beispiel, die Wäsche turnt sich ja in dein Bad. Oder die E-Mail-Postfächer, ja, sowohl vielleicht am Arbeitsplatz als auch bei dir zu Hause, füllen sich mittlerweile von ja, 100 oder Hunderte von E-Mails und es wird immer nur mehr. Dann merkst du womöglich, dass auch Chat-Nachrichten oder gewisse, ja, früher noch SMS, aber du kommst nicht mehr hinterher, diese Textnachrichten zu beantworten. Und es können sogar Tage vergehen, bis du das irgendwie formuliert hast oder mit dir selbst zufrieden bist, diese Nachricht zu versenden. Ein weiteres Beispiel könnte noch sein, dass mit kompletter Unordnung, ja, mittlerweile auch in der Wohnung umgeben bist. Ob das schon bereits in der Garderobe beginnt, wo noch deine Mülltüten auch ja abgestellt hast, aber nicht mehr runtergebracht hast, oder bis ins Schlafzimmer diese Unordnung schon sich ausgebreitet hat. Das ist hierbei eigentlich zweitrangig, ist ein ganz wichtiges Signal aber für dich, dass wenn du Dinge, die du normalerweise im Rahmen Ordnungsgefühl bis hin erledigen konntest und jetzt plötzlich fällt dir auf, läuft nicht mehr, ist ein Früherkennungssignal für dich, dass du auf dem Weg zum Freeze bist. Ja, ein zweites ganz entscheidendes Signal ist natürlich, wenn du bereits ja schon für bestimmte Momente, das können ja von Sekunden bis über vielleicht Minuten, ja, aber womöglich sogar eine halbe Stunde sein, wo du merkst, die Zeit ist auch vergangen und schon tatsächlich in diesem Freeze warst. Ein Beispiel für dich, du hast dich ganz frisch unter der Dusche, dein tägliches, nicht wahr, Reinigungsritual beendet. Du kommst raus und du sitzt an der Kante von der Badewanne oder auf einem Stuhl und du bist ja noch in deinem Handtuch eingewickelt und starrst du auf die Wand, weil du nicht vorwärts kommst. Du weißt einfach nicht, was du anziehen sollst und welchen Schuh du zu der Kleidung dann auch vielleicht mit anziehst und auswählst. Das ist ein Beispiel dafür. Könnte ein zweites Beispiel sein, dass du von der Arbeit auf dem Weg nach Hause mit dem Auto bereits ankommst und du sitzt immer noch im Auto und du kannst dich nicht mehr aufraffen, dort reinzugehen. Bist du zu deinem Wohnungstür oder du kommst ja mit dem Bus, mit dem Öffentlichen nach Hause und du bleibst einfach an der Bushaltestelle oder vom Bahnhof auf einer Bank dich niedergelassen, sitzen und du kommst nicht einfach in die Gänge. Das sind auch solche Beispiele für dich. Drittes Signal, äußerst wichtig, es geht um Sprache deines Körpers. Typisches Beispiel, wenn deine Augen bzw. um deine Augen Nerven zucken beginnen. Du kannst nicht mehr abstellen. Das heißt, dass das Nervensystem bereits registriert und auch dir mitteilt, dass du entweder zu viel geschaut hast, etwas, ja, oder dass du wenig Schlaf bekommen hast und ja, dein Nervensystem überreguliert ist, einfach vollkommen belastet. Ein zweites Signal vom Körper, du hast einen Heißhunger auf Süßes. Ja, du könntest alles Mögliche ja, zu dir nehmen, was süß ist oder sehr, sehr fettig ist. Chips bis alles, ohne darüber nachzudenken, wahllos, dass du verschiedenste ja, Lebensmittel einfach zu dir nimmst. Dazu können auch abendliche Käse, Wurst und ja, Salami-Gänge zum Kühlschrank sein, aber ebenfalls das ja, fetteste Schokoriegel und alles, was mit Zucker ist. Genau. Ein weiteres Frühwarnsignal ist, wenn deine Verdauung plötzlich verrückt spielt. Das kann sowohl Durchfall sein, als auch ja, Verstopfung bzw. die Abwechslung. Ja, die Abwechslung von diesen beiden extremen Zuständen. Und natürlich fühlst du dich die ganze Zeit einfach nur absolut erschöpft und müde. Das sind ganz klare Botschaften deines Körpers, dass du achtsam bzw. achtsamer werden solltest. Ja, drittes Frühwarnsignal ist die Betäubung. Es gibt ganz intensive und ganz extreme Betäubungsstrategien von uns, aber es gibt auch schon mildere, wo du aufmerksam werden solltest. Dazu gehören höchstwahrscheinlich auch unbewusst, dass du diese dann eben angehst. Du merkst, dass du schon wieder bei Online-Shopping bist. Es kann sein, dass du nur Warenkörbe füllst und ja, diese dann nicht versendest und nicht kaufst. Aber du bist immer wieder in irgendein Online-Shop. Das kann auch typischerweise im Bett passieren, vorm Einschlafen, dass man sich damit noch betäubt. Dann, ja, du bist bereits beim Scrollen. Du scrollst Social Media, scroll. Ob das hier sogar auf YouTube ja vielleicht ja, bevorzugst, auch dann die Shorts, also wo das dann, oder diese ganz eigentlich absolut sinnlose, lustige Dinge, ja, die man anguckt. Oder es gibt ja sogar solche Sachen, wo man zeigt, ja, wie zum Beispiel Haut gereinigt wird. Ja, das sind unglaubliche Dinge, ja, wo Menschen das anschauen über Stunden. Ja, nächste, wirklich absolut grenzenlos Netflix und womöglich parallel dazu, dass du noch Social Media guckst und scrollst. Dann ein weiteres, ja, wo du dann gleichzeitig immer ja, also so weit, dass du wirklich mit der Hand greifen kannst, dass du was zum Knabbern hast. Das artet dann mittlerweile nicht nur in ja, Anfälle, sondern auch, eigentlich hörst du gar nicht mehr auf. Sowohl salziges als auch süßes kann das sein. Manche nehmen dann auch ganz scharfe Sachen sogar und versuchen sich damit zu betäuben. Und das sind klare Signale dafür, dass es eine ja, Kompensationsstrategie ist. Denn eigentlich ist die Anspannung in dir schon so hoch und höchstwahrscheinlich entweder parallel dazu, aber Emotionen du unterdrückst und unverarbeitete Stress und Emotionen sind in deinem Körper. Okay, ja, und mein letztes Signal, Frühwarnsignal ist auch unglaublich wichtig für dich. Sobald du merkst, dass du immer mehr in Rückzug gehst, in soziale Isolation dich ja, verbannst, dafür können Signale sein, dass du ja, gewisse Verabredungen absagst oder dass du ja, am liebsten nur noch zu Hause bist und du nimmst an sozialem Leben eigentlich gar nicht mehr richtig teil. Wenn sein muss, dann natürlich ja zur Arbeit, aber das wird auch immer schlimmer und immer qualvoller, dass du dich ja, anziehen musst, dass du aus dem Haus musst, dass du dort bist, dass du bis du dann wieder zu Hause bist. Das ist immer anstrengender, sich anfühlt. Und am liebsten bist du eigentlich nur noch mit dir selbst alleine. Das ist mein Bedürfnis anscheinend, ist aber sehr, sehr gefährlich. Viele flüchten auch dann in den Schlaf. Die verschlafen wirklich nicht nur ja, die Nächte, sondern das geht in exzessiven Schlaf, auch tagsüber. Sobald man was gegessen hat, geht man wieder in den Schlaf. Das bedeutet, dass deine Motivation für jegliche Dinge komplett nach unten geht. Du beschäftigst dich eigentlich nur noch damit, irgendwelche vielleicht ja, sonstige Strategien an den Tag zu legen. Zum Beispiel können auch solche Gedanken dazu kommen wie, naja, ich muss doch weitermachen, so wie alle anderen, nicht wahr? Ich muss doch alles so weitermachen. Oder wo du denkst vielleicht, ich habe dafür keine Zeit. Ja, ich habe dafür keine Zeit. Und die ganze Zeit verbringst du aber genau schon mit diesen Dingen. Das heißt, dass die Zeit wohl in Anspruch genommen wird, noch nicht für die wirklich wirksame Dinge und deine ganze Kraft und auch ja, Energie, aber auch die Aufmerksamkeit, nicht wahr? Du bist genau bei diesen Dingen, verschwendest du. Das ist wirklich Verschwendung, denn du manifestierst ja diesen Zustand für diese Tätigkeiten. Und ich möchte für dich das nochmals wiederholen. Wenn du diese Signale, Frühwarnzeichen bei dir merkst, dass ein oder mehrere sich dann häufen, ist eine ganz klare Einladung nur von deinem Körper- und Nervensystem, fahr bitte alles runter. Also wenn du dir gewisse Dinge irgendwie aufstülpst oder überstülpst und dir ja, selbst irgendwie annimmst, streiche diese, priorisiere wirklich absolute Weise und soll, wenn es so ist, dann nur noch ein Ding, eine Sache bleiben, was du da machst. Äußerst wichtig, dass du für die Zeit von Regeneration, dass du diese Zeit für dich einplanst und diese nimmst. Ansonsten wird sich dieser Zustand nur noch verschlechtern und du auch aus einer ewigen Erschöpfung nicht mehr rauskommst. Im schlimmsten Fall landest du natürlich in ein wirklich Shutdown, das heißt, dass das Nervensystem ein Reboot verlangt und du dann in einen ewigen Tunnel dich nur noch wiederfindest. Ich empfehle dir ein zweites Video auch zu struktureller Dissoziation, wie wir Jahrzehnte mit diesen Konstrukten in unserer Persönlichkeit dann uns ausbeuten und bis zu einem absoluten Burnout und Erschöpfung antreiben. Ich bin sehr, sehr hoffnungsvoll, dass du diese Frühwarnzeichen für dich vielleicht notierst und du mir in den Kommentaren vielleicht berichtest, welche Erfahrungen du dir schon mit diesen Frühwarnzeichen gesammelt hast, was dir vielleicht besonders Schwierigkeiten bereitet bis heute. Und vielleicht magst du auch, wenn du hier mit diesen Schwierigkeiten bis heute nicht so klarkommst, in unsere Akademie kommen. Alle Empfehlungen und alle Links findest du in der Beschreibung. Ich wünsche dir, wie immer, alles, alles Liebe. Ja, bleib dran mit der Selbstregulation und mit traumasensitiver Achtsamkeit. Und alles Liebe, Gabriele.
Cause it feels like home.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today's video, as you can tell by the title, is all about my journey with antidepressants. This is something that I have never opened up about on YouTube. I'm very nervous to do so. There's a reason I waited so long, and it's because I've just been pushing this back and back and back because I'm very nervous to talk about it, but I think it's important. It's a story that I want to share with you guys, and I hope that it can be helpful. I hope it can bring you comfort if you're going through a hard time. And I hope that it can be, I guess, just like another source if you are doing research and considering going on antidepressants. This is going to be my honest and unfiltered story. This January, it will be 2 years since I weaned off my antidepressants. But prior to weaning off, I was on the antidepressants for 1 whole year. So this is going to be my story in what led me to going on the antidepressants, the year during the antidepressants, and my experience coming off them. I want to talk about the side effects. I want to talk about kind of my opinion on the whole experience, why I chose to go on them, why I chose to go off. There are a few little disclaimers, I guess, I just want to get off my chest at the beginning of this video. The first disclaimer is, I guess, just a bit of a trigger warning. We are going to be talking about depression and anxiety. Nothing too dark or graphic will be mentioned. There's nothing too dark or graphic in my story, thankfully. But I do understand this is a very heavy subject, so just proceed with caution if that's something that may upset you. You may want to like have a friend on standby to call afterwards if you want to talk about what, you know, you're feeling afterwards. I don't know. I just want to give you guys like a proper heads up, I guess. The second disclaimer, I think this one is very, very important, is that I very much want this video to be a safe space, both for myself, who is going to be sharing what is a very personal and vulnerable story, but also for anyone who may be watching this going through a hard time. I do not need anyone reading negative comments, judgmental comments, you know, that are like overly for or overly against medication, shaming anyone for their experience, nothing like that. So any rude comments, I'm just going to be deleting them. So don't even bother leaving them in the first place, but I will be monitoring the comment section, making sure that it's a respectful place. Of course, everyone can share their polite opinion while being respectful. I know this is a topic that people have very, very strong opinions on, and this is not the place for strong opinions that are disrespectful in nature. In my story, I don't have strong opinions. Spoiler alert, I don't have strong opinions for, and I don't really have strong opinions against antidepressants or medication. All I have is my own experience, which led me to making the decisions that I did. So that's what we're covering today. Those are my disclaimers. Oh, and disclaimer number 3, what I want to say before we get into this whole story is, if you're watching this video and you're struggling, I want you to know that life will get better. It will get better, I promise you. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry already. Inside of the story I'm about to tell you and outside of the story I'm about to tell you, I have lived dark moments in my life. But I've also lived moments that are so beautiful. And in those beautiful moments, I'm able to look back on the bad and be like, I'm so glad I'm still here to appreciate these beautiful moments. And so I know that for you guys watching, if you're struggling, those beautiful moments are waiting for you. People care about you, people love you. I just want you guys to know that. So it's very hard for me to talk about. The world is a sad place, but it's also such a beautiful place, right? Everything's in that contrast, and I want everyone to know that the beauty is accessible for them too. I think in my darker moments, I would think that good things happen to other people, love happens to other people, you know, friendship, companionship. I've had moments where I felt like no one cared about me, but people do care about me, and people do care about you too. Like, these positive feelings and these positive experiences are not just for people online or people on TV or your peers. They're for you as well. They're for everyone on this earth. So with that being said, let's get into the story. I'm gonna go in chronological order, then I'm going to talk about side effects all at the end, because I know there are definitely, if you're looking into getting on medication, probably you have a lot of questions about side effects. I did. And then I guess I'll give you guys like my concluding thoughts on my own personal experience, and hope that they can help you make an educated decision. from the moment I went on my antidepressants, this was like, I guess 3 years ago, I was making the decision to go on antidepressants. I knew I would make a video about it. I was doing YouTube at the time. I was just like I am now, super, super open and honest with you guys, but I wanted to live this experience myself without any opinions of others before I shared that I was on medication, shared that I had gone on, or shared that I had gone off. I didn't want anyone saying, oh, you know, I went on medication, it changed my life, and have that just kind of skew my experience while I was going through it. And then once I was off, going off was torture, and we're gonna talk about that, but once I was in a good place following the going off of the medication, that's where I just started stalling this video, because it never felt like something that I could just sit down on my living room floor and talk about, because it's such a big thing, I guess, because antidepressants and I guess just mental health and depression in general is still so stigmatized in our society. It never felt like something that I could just be like, okay, today's the day. So I'm actually not at home, I'm at Estoril Resort. I took myself on a little filming retreat to film all these videos that I've been putting off, and this is one of them, and we're finally doing it. So the story starts in 2020. I, like many people, was struggling with my mental health during COVID, during lockdown. I was working in a job that was not fulfilling for me. I was working remote, I was living alone. I was extremely lonely. I remember my job at the time, like everyone else's, it was remote, but no one in my company ever turned their camera on. So I did not see, even virtually, I think virtually can be you still feel that connection over like Zoom or Teams with someone, but we never turned our cameras on. So from morning till night, I was alone, and I was leaning on, like, I was kind of trying to date, but dating during COVID is weird. We couldn't really see our friends very frequently. I was kind of falling out with one of my closest friends. It was just I think post-graduation, like after university or after college, after school for anyone, it's a time with a lot of change, and it's very challenging, but going through that during COVID was even more isolating, and it was just really hard for me. I never wanted to get out of bed in the morning. Like, I would only wake up when it was time for my first meeting. I'd like roll out of bed. We never turned our cameras on, so I would like stay in my bathrobe or my pajamas while I was working. There were some meetings that I was just on and my camera wasn't on, and I didn't even have to pay attention. Like, I felt no sense of purpose throughout the day. I felt like I had no reason to get up in the morning. There was nothing exciting happening. I did not yet have Maggie, so that, you know, I didn't have a dog or any pets that needed taking care of. I just lived alone in this big, expensive apartment and was trying to figure out my life. Towards the end of the year, I started to reflect a lot and knew that I had to make some big decisions in my life. That's when I decided to get a dog, and during COVID, if anyone else tried to get a dog during COVID, it was like impossible. Like, the shelters were like, we don't want you. Like, I was like not a candidate to adopt a dog. Breeders had, you know, years-long waiting lists because everyone was like, it's COVID, I want a dog. And, you know, I was hyper fixated on getting a dog. I was thinking that would solve all of my problems. I remember constantly like just wanting to quit my job, but obviously I needed money. I was repaying my debt. I was just, you know, I don't know, I'm repeating myself, but I was really trying to figure out my life. I don't know exactly when I like came to terms with the fact that this was more than just a depressive episode. I was depressed. I don't know when that, you know, hit me, when I had that revelation. I think it was, you know, probably like, oh, I think I might be depressed. Oh, I think I'm okay. Oh, I think I might be depressed. And then, you know, realizing, okay, yeah, I definitely am. I also had so much anxiety, like just every day anxious, waking up anxious. And looking back, I can actually identify a lot of things that I was doing to not improve my anxiety. Like, I would feel really tired because I was depressed, so I would drink a bunch of coffee, and the coffee would get my heart rate going and make me feel more anxious than necessary. But I didn't associate it to the coffee. I just was like, oh, something's wrong with me, I'm super anxious. So here I am, you know, end of 2020, I'm anxious, I'm depressed, I want a dog, I'm lonely. And it was a conversation I had with one of my good friends who lives in another country. She lives in the United States. And she was like, you know what, Zoe, like, she just spoke really frankly to me, and I'm gonna cry again. she spoke really frankly to me, and I'm really grateful for that. And she was like, Zoe, I know you. I know when you're happy. You haven't been happy for a while. And she just said to me, probably what no one else would have had the guts to say is, if you need to go on medication, there's no shame in that. She told me that. And I felt so relieved when she said that, because I think we all have our own stigmas when it comes to medication. I would assume that a lot of it comes from our immediate circle, so like our family and our friends. If our parents are very against medication, we're gonna have that bias within us. Or if our parents are very for medication, maybe we have a parent who is on medication, then we might be for medication. My parents are very torn. My mom is more for medication. She's like, do whatever it takes. My dad is, I like to joke that my dad's kind of a hippie, and he is quite against medication. He would rather, you do the alternative things. Like he would, come up with some like herbal concoction for me, and just go more to therapy and not take medication, because to him medication is poison that you're putting into your body. To my mom, it's science and it's helpful. What I find sad is that there aren't enough mental health resources for us out there. I can only speak from a Canadian perspective. Yes, we have universal health care. No, it does not cover therapy for everyone. Like, I think you can get free like government provided therapy if you are like in the worst of worst places and you have to go through a lot of hoops to get there. For someone like me who on paper is doing very well, has a great job, whatever, you've got to pay for therapy. And my company at the time, the benefits only covered like $500 of therapy, which is like 5 sessions. And when you're going through a rough time, you probably need to see your therapist once a week, once every 2 weeks, which is over $100 per time. Even if you have a $1,000 therapy allowance with your benefits, that's only 10 times. Like it's just not enough. And I think it's sad, because I would have loved to lean more on therapy in that time. And I was doing therapy, and I was spending so much money on it, that was like causing me stress as a result. So anyways, this conversation with my friend kind of just gave me like the green light to try medication. Spoke about it with my mom. She was very encouraging. Spoke about it with my dad, and he was like, he wasn't disapproving, but he was like, really think about this, do your research, make an informed decision. So I decided, this was in December 2020, I decided that January 2021 was gonna be my rebirth, and I was gonna go on medication. At this point, I had been locked in to get a puppy, and I was gonna do this cleanse. I was gonna get a new therapist, like everything reborn in 2021, right? We very often do that. I'm sure many of us right now, if you're watching this at the end of 2023, we're plotting our 2024 rebirth, right? It's only normal. And I decided that antidepressant medication was going to be a part of this new plan. So how did I go about getting medication? This is where I think there's another big flaw in the system, is how easy it was for me to get these medications. I had a phone appointment with my doctor. My doctor was actually on maternity leave, so it was a new doctor who I'd never met before on the phone with me. He doesn't know me. He has maybe my chart in front of me, and I said to him, I'm not feeling well. I think I need antidepressants. And he goes, okay, have you spoken with anyone else about this? I said, yes, I spoke about it with my therapist, and I spoke about it with my family, and we all agree it's the right thing to do. That was not exactly the truth. I hadn't really spoken about it with my therapist at the time, because I was kind of transitioning. I wanted to get a new therapist. And like my mom was encouraging, my dad was meh. So I just told him, everyone says I should have them. Like I thought that that's what I needed to say. And he goes, okay, no problem. I remember I was in my dad's basement where like the guest bedroom is, and I was just pacing around while I was on the phone with this doctor. I remember as soon as he told me, okay, like we're gonna fill that prescription for you, I remember taking the phone away from my ear and looking at the clock, and it had taken all of 7 minutes for me to get a prescription for this medication. 7 minutes. And I remember thinking, doesn't he wanna know more? Like, isn't there more to know? But no, that's all it took, was 7 minutes. He explained to me that he was going to prescribe me an SSRI, which is a family of antidepressants. Oh, I never gave the disclaimer. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor, in case you couldn't tell. He gave me so he said you're gonna have an SSRI. There are multiple strains, I think, of SSRIs, multiple brand names, like, I don't know. I can't think of any of them off the top of my head, and I don't want to share the one that I was on just because I don't want to like skew you for or against that drug. But you know, there's the like brand name. So Xanax is not an SSRI, but you know, we've all heard of Xanax, Lil Xan, whatever. So it's like there's Xanax and then there's the generic version. So I was prescribed a certain brand name SSRI, and then of course, I don't like to spend a lot of money. I went and got the generic version, which is totally fine. So it took less than a week, I think, from that phone call to me getting the prescription. I had it sent to the pharmacy, picked it up, whatever. I remember the day I picked up my prescription feeling so excited, feeling like I had hope in my hands. And this is where I think it's really, really interesting talking about these medications, is I think we are all looking for a magic pill. Whether it's a happy pill, a weight loss pill, a productivity pill, we would all like to take some magic pill that will improve our life without us having to put in that much work or effort. That is what I thought these antidepressants would be for me. I thought they were going to be this magic pill that suddenly makes me love my job, love being alone, love myself, and feel so happy. That's what I thought they were gonna be. So I get the pills, and along with feeling really happy, I remember also feeling a little blast of cold feet. And I started looking on Reddit. I started doing more research into the antidepressants because I hadn't actually done that much research prior to calling the doctor and getting this prescription. Which, yeah, not my finest work. I just had convinced myself, like I said, that they were going to be this magic pill for me. So in my research, I saw, I read a lot about the side effects. That made me really nervous. Weight gain, dizziness, loss of libido, inability to orgasm, acne, dry mouth, all these things. And I'm like, oh shit, I don't want that. So we will talk about the side effects at the end of this video. I'm gonna cover that, but I started to panic about the side effects. I remember reading one side effect that said, this woman started having really weird dreams when she started taking the pills, which is something I had never heard before. And then, yeah, a lot of the common weight gain and loss of libido. Those are I think the two most common side effects of antidepressants. I also remember watching a video from Lauren Elizabeth who spoke about her experience on antidepressants, and I'm not going to paraphrase the video, but you can watch it yourself. I think it's a very good video that she made, and it helped me a lot, helped me feel comfortable in my decision to go on them. But one of the things she said was, and that's the thing, I don't want to twist her words or get her words wrong or anything, but basically she felt, if I'm remembering correctly, in the video I remember her describing that she felt like she was always up and down like this. She had really high highs and really low lows, and the medication helped stabilize her. So she didn't have those high highs anymore, but she also didn't have those low lows. And I remember her saying in that video that for her, that was worth it. She preferred being more stable than being volatile like this. And I thought, I can relate to that. That sounds like me. This is a good choice. Let's go. And it was that video that made me pop the pill. Not exactly, but it made me feel a lot more confident in my decision. So now we enter the during phase. Now I'm on the antidepressants. I remember that first day. It was around Christmas break, so I was in Ottawa with my dad. I was staying at my dad's house. I remember I waited until the morning because you took it once a day, but I wanted to take it every morning. I knew that's how I would remember to take the pill better. So waited until the morning, took my first pill, diarrhea, instant diarrhea, which is normal. I remember feeling cramps. I think that was the diarrhea and the cramps go hand in hand. Oh my gosh, something I remember too that the doctor told me is He said, you may, if you're feeling really, really low, the antidepressants, you may actually go through a week or two of feeling because you've been so low that you've been unable to, this is very dark, you've been unable to contemplate that the antidepressants lift you up a little bit. Now you have the energy to contemplate. He was like, look out for that. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I knew I wasn't that low. I did not have ideation, feelings, thankfully. But I just remember thinking like, someone who is having those feelings, like they need someone by their side 24/7 because that's very scary. That's serious. And I remember he just kind of said it casually to me and I was like, whoa. So that is another side effect as well, that if you are in like a very dark place, you really need to consider. And I hope that you will have, I hope that anyone going on medication, you have someone you trust by your side, whether that's a parent, a partner, a friend, or a therapist who can kind of guide you through this experience and you can continue sharing how you feel. I think it's really important that you don't keep everything bottled up inside yourself. I'm really lucky at the time. I was leaning a lot on my dad because I was living with him during that month of like December and kind of into January, Christmas break. So I leaned a lot on my family and I'm really grateful for that. So yes, diarrhea the first day. I also remember that first night I started having really weird dreams, and I don't know if that's because I had read that side effect from that woman, but yes, I started having really weird dreams and they never went away. The entire year of being on antidepressants, pretty much every single night, I had really weird dreams. I've always been someone who has vivid dreams. I think it's my anxious nature. My mind is constantly running and it literally runs while I sleep. I used to have a lot of nightmares before the antidepressants. During the antidepressants, my nightmares got worse. I had really bad nightmares, stress dreams. I would have really, really violent dreams. I would dream that terrible things were happening to me, very, very scary things, really weird, dark dreams. I don't know. And I found that always really hard and upsetting. The whole time I was on the antidepressants was dealing with these dreams. When I started the pills, I think I had a placebo effect of feeling quite good right away. I was like, yeah, again, it was that happy pill, right? And that placebo kicked in and I was like, yeah, I'm taking these pills, I'm gonna feel good. I got a new therapist a few weeks after. It was like on the 24th of January, I got my dog. So let's say within a month of starting the pills, I got my dog Maggie. She kept me very happy, very busy. It was like a new thing to focus on that brought a lot of, stress and joy and emotions into my life and purpose. Like having this dog gave me purpose. And so that was making me feel really good too. So there were a couple months where I was feeling really good. I also did a little cleanse for myself. So I stopped drinking alcohol, I deleted social media, and I stopped dating, deleted all of my dating apps for 3 months from February to the beginning of May. I did that cleanse and that was really helpful as well. I did film actually here on my filming retreat. I filmed a video all about that cleanse. So you can look out for that. But the first 4 months, January, February, March, April, were great. Really, really great. Is it because of the pills? Is it because of the other things I was doing in my life? Is it a combination of both? I don't know. I can't say. I don't know. Probably the answer is it's a bit of a combination. What I slowly but surely started to feel was numb. I started to realize that I was feeling really, really numb when the excitement of getting Maggie wore off, when all of the kind of change and excitement in my life wore off and things started to stabilize. The world started to open back up again. We could now go outside. I just really started to feel numb. I didn't care that much about like anything. And my anxiety didn't go away. I still felt anxious very, very often. I was having these terrible dreams that I was dealing with. I still felt little moments of depression, but it wasn't as constant as it used to be. The point where I noticed that I was really numb was when I got a new job. And this was a job that I should have been so excited about. And I know myself at that time I was 24, 24, about to turn 25. I know myself pretty well, and I know the feeling I get when I'm excited, and I know that a new job is, you know, a big cause for excitement within me. And so I would get this feeling in my chest, and I feel so excited. And I got a new job, and I didn't have that feeling. I was just kind of like, that's cool, I'm happy. It was like, I'm happy. I felt so numb. And I was like, ooh, this is weird. And this is definitely the pills, because this is not me. This is not my normal kind of reactions or behavior. I started being aware of it from there, and you know, things are progressing in my life. The new job ended up not going very well. It wasn't going as well as I would have liked. I entered a new relationship that was making me very happy. But again, I wasn't like, you know, like I was very like calm, which some people will say that that's a good thing. Some people will say we're not supposed to have these volatile emotions. Like, you know, what goes up must come down. And so if it goes that high, you've got to deal with the lows. And so some people will say, oh, well, it's a good thing that you're just more level-headed. But I started to miss feeling overjoyed and feeling happy, like so happy, feeling that whole body emotion, happiness. I really started to miss it. Things at work weren't going well, and I am not the kind of person who can really separate work from my life. We spend 8+ hours a day working, and I've always wanted to enjoy my job and feel happy and feel fulfilled at work, and I was very miserable at work. I could tell I was working so hard, and I could tell at this job that they didn't like me. Not me, but I could tell they weren't happy with my performance. I could tell I was not meeting their standards. It just wasn't going well, and I started to feel depressed again. It wasn't as bad as it was back in 2020, but it was upsetting, and I would cry, and I would feel very anxious, and I wasn't feeling good. I wasn't feeling good, and anytime these moments that should have made me so happy came around, they weren't making me that happy either. So I was just kind of in this like, meh, like, you know, not super dark, but just not happy, very bleh, like more leaning on the negative side of things. And I started to think, I need to get off these pills. I think I'm missing out on the highs of life, but I'm still feeling the lows. This is just not worth it for me. So my mind starts turning. Things start happening in my life. I was doing YouTube at the time still, like I said, and I was with a management agency. They dropped me. That was very upsetting. Things at work weren't going well. I ended up getting laid off right before Christmas. That was super upsetting. And me being so freaking dramatic, I was like, it's almost the new year. It's been a year of these pills. I'm done. I'm done. I'm gonna stop. So I made up my mind that I was gonna stop these pills. Bad timing, Zoe. You just incurred, you just lost your job. You just are going through some big life changes. Now is not the time to go off the antidepressants. I see that now in hindsight, but at the time I saw it as a chance for everything to be a fresh start. Losing my job was a real mix of emotions. It was like, yes, I'm excited, I'm free. Oh my God, how am I gonna pay the bills? Oh my God, what is my identity if it's not consultant? Like I had a lot of mixed emotions all tied up in that losing my job experience. I then went to Florida. That was planned before I lost my job. My boyfriend's mom lives in Florida during the winter time. We were gonna go spend 2 weeks with her, and I decided that Florida was gonna be the perfect time for me to wean off my antidepressants. Good thinking, Zoe. Okay, no, sorry. I'm being very sarcastic because I'm looking at everything with my hindsight lens, and I see how bad of a decision it was. So, before leaving, I call my doctor, and my pills, like my bottle of pills were running out. I was running out of my medication. I would have had to go and refill them. And I called the doctor and I told her, now she's back from maternity leave. It's my original doctor, not the one who prescribed me, but the doctor who I've known for years. I tell her I want to go off the pills, and she goes, okay. She goes, okay, well, you should probably, take a few weeks to do it and wean off. And I said, I'm running out of pills. I'm just gonna finish this bottle and be done. And she goes, okay. And yeah, I think doctors are always doing the best they can. I do not think by any means they have bad intentions or they wanna hurt us, but with what I'm about to tell you, like, the way this was handled was not great. Yes, I was determined, but I so wish she had told me, no, Zoe, you're not gonna do that. You need to follow this protocol to wean off this drug. But she didn't. She kind of just let me go. And what I did was this is not advice. Do not follow this. This is not advice. But I started cutting my pills in half and lowering my dose to a half dose. I did that for about a week or two, and then I stopped. So I went from a full pill to like half a pill to stop. So I cut my dose in half, okay? And do not do that. Listen to your doctor. If your doctor was like mine and didn't tell you what to do, ask questions. Ask questions, say, what should I do? Give me a protocol, give me a chart, give me a schedule. Do not do what I just said, because I'm not a doctor. And because I went through hell. I went through hell weaning off these drugs. It was instant. I cannot believe how instant it was, how it's withdrawal. You hear about people who do methamphetamine going through withdrawal, and my body was going through withdrawal from these antidepressants. I didn't mention this, actually. I forgot to mention this at the beginning of the video, but this was my second time on antidepressants. The first time was when I was a teenager. I was going through a very, very horrible, dark time, and I went through the same thing going off these pills, but I was 13 or 14 years old. Now I'm 24, 25. I was 25 actually when I went off. So it was 10 years later, and I kind of forgot what this experience was like. I will never forget now this experience, but the first thing I started noticing was dizzy spells. I would be walking and I would, whoa. It's like in front of me I would see stars, or in front of me would go black for a split second, and I would be like, whoa. I would lose my balance. And I was in Florida and I wasn't driving, but imagine that happens when you're driving. Like, that's so dangerous, and it would happen multiple times throughout the day. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And that would happen, I think that happened for about a month. The dreams went away. Oh, and when I spoke with my doctor on the phone, I mentioned these dreams, and she was like, I've never heard that side effect. And I'm like, well, it's pretty real. But the dreams finally went away, and I felt so relieved when those dreams went away, like so relieved. I really associated the dreams to the antidepressants as well, and I think that was another major factor in me wanting to get off them, was to get away from these dreams that were like torturing me in my sleep. So the dreams go away, I'm getting dizzy spells, and after a few weeks, I start feeling really irritable, really emotionally volatile, sobbing, I'm angry, I hate everyone, I hate myself, and I wasn't depressed, I was just a mess. The only, I can't describe to you guys what I was feeling because it was so intense. It felt like I had the devil inside of me, and I don't mean that in like a religious way. What I kept saying and what I kept telling people around me was like, I'm going through hell. Like, this is horrible. It was horrible, and it was horrible for months, you guys. For months, I was fighting with everyone. I was fighting with my parents. I was yelling at my parents. I was fighting with JS. I would fight with anyone who I was close enough with to like let them see this side of me, and I would fight with them, and I was angry, and I had the urge to throw stuff. Like, I was not myself. It was literally like I was like possessed coming off these pills. I had never been like that before. I was not like that. That was not me before the medication. This was me in withdrawal, and it was horrible. And I had no medical support because there just wasn't, there wasn't any. And I would talk about stuff with my therapist, but I was scared as I was going through it that maybe this was the real me, and oh my gosh, have I made a terrible mistake? Is this who I'm gonna be forever now? And I'm really grateful I had my therapist. My dad was very supportive. It absolutely drove a wedge between my mother and I because she could not handle my moods. And it made us actually stop talking for many months, which is horrible. And the other thing is that I can't believe JS, my boyfriend, stuck with me during that horrible time, because I was going through hell, and I was not easy to deal with, and I would take out a lot of my anger on him, which is not okay. And like, I would just yell and I would be angry, and he never knew me before he knew me as a friend before the pills, but we were not dating before the pills. So he would have been very much within his right to be like, whoa, I did not sign up for this. This is too much. But he stuck by me, and I think about that from time to time, and I'm just like, oh my God, like, what a good person who stuck by me during that time. There's not much more I can say about this time going off, besides going on and on and on about how horrible it was. I'm ashamed to keep talking about it because it's not any behavior that like I'm proud of. But I think it's important to know how hard it is to go off, because we think it's gonna be this magic pill. Oh my God, hold on. We think it's gonna be this magic pill here to save us, here to make us happy. And I can honestly say that the torture of going off, what I went through going off those pills, was not worth the breathing room it gave me for a few months when I went on them. It was not worth it. If any of you guys watch this video and you still want to go on medication, that's fine, and that's your choice. And I think everyone needs to experiment for themselves and try for themselves to see what works. My biggest takeaway that I want you to have from this video is, if you go on them and you decide to go off, please be so careful with how you go off, because I don't want anyone to go through what I went through going off those pills. It was horrible. And yes, I made a mistake. I made a mistake in not taking months to go off them. But I do not want anyone to repeat that. Sitting there, can I say, I'll never go on medication again? I'm never going to do it. I would like to say that, because I was burned by my experience, but you never know what's going to happen in life, and maybe I will need to go on antidepressants again. And I learned a lesson about going off them. I also learned that I would rather, that was the other conclusion I learned about myself, I would rather use therapy and use other techniques to manage my highs and lows, just to get those highs. I feel good, and I like that feeling of being so happy, and learning to manage those lows. I would rather do that and cancel out my high, and that's just for me personally at this stage of life. It may change down the line. Okay, so that was a very, very emotional story. Thank you guys for listening, and I hope that no one's judging me, and if you do, I'm going to delete your comments. So, I want to talk quickly to you guys also about these side effects that I experienced. So I mentioned at the beginning there was a little bit of diarrhea that only lasted a few days. After that, it was fine. Everything, bowel movements, urinary movements went back to complete normal. If you look online, you may see that there are side effects of constipation or like issues going to the bathroom. Personally, I didn't have any of those, but obviously everyone's going to be different. Please keep in mind as I talk about the side effects that these are my personal experience, and everyone's body chemistry is different. Everyone's going to react differently, and I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nurse, I'm not a professional. I also mentioned the dreams. The dreams were a side effect for me. I don't know if there's any scientific proof. Maybe it was all in my head. Like maybe I was thinking that the pills were giving me weird dreams, and so as a result they were giving me weird dreams. I don't know. I mentioned at the beginning the two biggest side effects are weight gain, or the two most common perhaps are weight gain and loss of libido being your sex drive. I luckily did not experience either of those. I think my weight has always just kind of fluctuated, but I didn't go on the pill and feel like I was like, oh, I'm bloated now, or oh, I'm gaining weight. There was nothing noticeable there. And same with the libido. Personally, my libido is very tied to how I'm feeling. When I'm feeling depressed and anxious, I do not want to have sex. It's not happening. So when I'm happy and when I'm in a good mood, that's when I have more of a sex drive. And it was true before the pills, it was true during the pills. So the pills did not take away my sex drive. In the low moments, I just had none. And I had zero before as well because I was so miserable. So no difference on the pills there. So on that front, I really got lucky. I didn't experience any real negative side effects besides the dreams from the antidepressants. Again, all of my problems and side effects and stuff came when it was time to wean off the pills. So that's all I can say about the side effects. That is my story. I hope that this video was helpful in some way, perhaps comforting, and I know it's maybe not an easy thing to listen to. It was definitely, I mean, I cried a few times. It was not easy for me to talk about, but I'm glad that I can share this true story with you guys and this side of myself that I've never shared before. There are so many times that I've received comments being like, you should go on antidepressants, you need antidepressants, coming from like, you know, a more negative place, and comments that have come from a really beautiful and positive place of people being like, I tried antidepressants, they really helped me, this may be something you want to consider. And, you know, I would get those while I was on the antidepressants, and I'm like, if you only knew. And I still get them sometimes now being off them, and I'm like, it's just not a road I want to go down again. So now you guys know, and I'm going to stop talking. Thank you so much for watching this video, for being respectful, and for being my friend. So love you guys. Bye.
Because breakup pain is so intense, it's natural to ask yourself, how can I get rid of this pain as quickly as possible? Core human emotional needs are to experience connection and pleasure, and breakup pain goes against that. Common idea many people have at this point is, let me replace my ex. I'm feeling lonely and rejected. What I need is company and reassurance. However, this strategy often backfires. Stay tuned to learn why and what to do instead. Relationships that last, that are emotionally deep, and in which you feel secure and like you can trust your partner don't happen automatically with anyone under any condition, just as long as you have someone. So if that's what you want, a deep, lasting, secure relationship, you'll need to do things to create it. The problem with trying to get rid of your emotional pain by replacing your ex as soon as possible is that it goes against your long-term goal of an emotionally intimate, deep, and secure relationship that will last. Relationships with that goal in mind start under different conditions. Added to that, this strategy can also fail in the short term and even worsen your pain, because instead of taking the time to heal and regain your emotional strength and stability, you'd be out there investing the little energy you have, perhaps burning yourself out or adding even more heartbreak if anything goes wrong with the new relationship. If you don't process your old relationship before entering a new one, it's likely that you'll choose your next partner absent-mindedly, from a place of inner torment, distracted by thoughts and feelings revolving around your ex. And if you choose absent-mindedly, it's very likely that you'll repeat old patterns that you were struggling with in previous relationships and that perhaps even led to their breakups. You'll probably repeat behavior and communication patterns from your past that haven't been helpful, that come from an insecure place, insecurity in yourself and in relationships. Also, you might be acting against your values like kindness, respect, and fairness, because it's often not fair to the new person if choosing them is about replacing an ex and not about in the new person in themselves. Making getting rid of the breakup pain your top priority is living life from a place of defense and avoidance, not proactivity and willing vulnerability. Replacing your ex quickly is an emotional avoidance and suppression strategy that detaches you from your emotions in an unhelpful and unhealthy way. It might bring some relief in the short term, but pushing your pain aside, not wanting to feel your emotions, avoiding emotions, makes your whole inner world turn numb and frozen. And if later you want to experience certain positive emotions or access empathy, that'll be difficult because you'll be so removed from your capacity to feel. Emotional suppression can also force that emotional energy to manifest in other ways, like mental or physical illness. I'll share a video explaining the cost of emotional suppression in the top right corner. In a way, wanting to get rid of your breakup pain by moving on quickly is wanting to undo the breakup. And that denies reality, which will backfire. what you'll really benefit from, even though it's harder, at least at first, is to allow reality to be what it is. You don't have to like it, but if you allow it to be what it is, you can remove the pain of struggling against it. This is often called acceptance. And then you can also learn from what happened and become better and better at working together with reality instead of against it. People often ask how long this process of reorientation, healing, and change will take after a breakup before they'll be ready to date again. I'll mention some of the time frames I've heard, but first I want to say that I don't think this is an important piece of information. It makes it sound like it's just about waiting a certain amount of time. But if you were really to just wait, you could spend a whole lifetime waiting and never get to the point of being ready for the kind of relationship you want and need. It's not about waiting, it's about healing, processing, reflecting, learning, growing, and acquiring new relationship skills. And how long that takes depends on your individual story. I've heard time frame recommendations like 6 months, 1 year, or 1 month for every year you were together with your ex. But like I said, I don't think it's helpful to hyper-focus on the amount of time. It's not about just getting through it and just waiting for a certain amount of time to be over. It's about using this time to grow. Next, let's get into what you can use this time for so that when you do start dating again, it'll be the start of the kind of relationship you want. I'll share my thoughts in the form of goals you can focus on. Number 1, closure. One of the first steps is to create closure for yourself. And I intentionally use the word create and not get, because in my observation, people don't usually get closure from their ex, but they create it for themselves. Closure comes from gaining clarity and finding a helpful narrative about what happened in the relationship and breakup. You might have individual memories and thoughts floating around in your inner world. Collect them and combine them into a collage that makes sense to you and is helpful. Some people also find it relieving to write a last letter to their ex, expressing all of their thoughts and feelings, and you don't have to send it to get the benefit of the exercise. Number 2, emotional stability. Relationships add a lot of value to our lives. At the same time, it also takes emotional energy, attention, and presence to start and nurture a secure relationship. You need to be emotionally available for a new relationship, and for that, you need emotional stability. Number 3, self-esteem. A secure relationship is about experiencing connection to someone else, not primarily about finding stability and security within yourself. So, another important goal to focus on before entering a new relationship is strengthening, rebuilding your self-esteem, sense of identity, and healthy autonomy. This is mostly about gaining awareness of and feeling your fundamental enoughness and allowing yourself to stop trying to create that by building an impressive facade. Number 4, clarity about what you want and need in a partner and relationship. This starts out with allowing yourself to have needs. You have them anyway, and if you neglect them, you'll get hurt. You don't have to try to erase the fact that you have needs to make someone fall in love with you or stay with you. A secure relationship, a secure partner's inner world, has space for your needs. Be honest with yourself about what you want and need, and practice putting that into words. That way, it'll be easier to communicate it when you start dating. If you pretend to be the low-maintenance, cool, detached person when you actually want a committed relationship, or if you pretend not to care about anything that's really important to you, you'll get yourself into trouble. Give yourself permission to be aware of your wants and needs, both in a relationship and a partner. Number 5, learnings. Reflect on what you've learned from previous relationships, about the kind of people you usually choose to be in a relationship, or the kind of people you allow to choose you as a partner, your own attachment style, and other psychological and behavioral patterns. What does this mean for the next kind of person you want to choose as a partner? And your own growth potential when it comes to your inner world and relationship behavior. Number 6, new inner and relationship behavior. Learn new helpful ways of self-leadership. Learn to take care of yourself and your emotions. Figure out what matters to you and helps you, and find space for that in your life. Learn about relationship skills and practice communicating in these ways with friends and family. You don't have to wait for a partner to be the kind, loving, and caring person you want to be once you're in a relationship again. You can start with that right now, which will help you feel better and get practice. I'd like to encourage you to approach these goals in a calm and steady pace. Take it step by step. You've got this. 2 extremes that aren't helpful are avoiding the whole process or approaching it obsessively. I've talked about the negative consequences of avoiding at the beginning of the video. To those leaning towards the obsessive route, you don't have to do this perfectly. Good is enough. Traces and memories of your breakup will always remain with you, and you'll probably notice an unhelpful train of thought passing through your mind from time to time. That's just the way the human mind works. Can't completely get rid of negative or resentful flare-ups. What you can learn, though, is to recognize these thoughts for what they are, unhelpful, and not board the train every time it passes by. Till next time, take care, and remember, although these are serious and important issues to work on, you'll find it easier if you approach them with a healthy amount of lightness.
Hello friends, this is the 1-year Lexapro update. I have been on Lexapro for 1 year, so I wanted to tell you my experience and share with you everything I have felt so far. I wrote down a few notes in this book. I can be a little long-winded, so hopefully I can just get to the point. But I want to just share with you how it has affected my life. I think the first thing I will touch on is, if you're watching this video, it's possible that you are considering starting Lexapro or starting another prescription for either anxiety or depression or something along those lines. I think the first thing I would say to someone contemplating taking Lexapro is that you can always stop. I know it feels like a really big decision in the moment, and you can build it up and have anxiety about taking it, but the truth is you can always stop taking it. It's not a permanent decision. So I am still on the lowest dose of Lexapro, and I've contemplated going up, but I haven't yet. I will say, as far as any negative side effects, I went over my initial side effects in my 1-month update. I had very, very minimal side effects, and all of the side effects that I had went away within a month. I wouldn't really say I had many though, and the only lasting noticeable side effect is that it still affects my dreams. I feel like I have pretty intense dreams. However, in an effort to mitigate that effect, I take Lexapro in the morning, and usually if I make sure I take it in the morning, I don't notice a big difference. Sometimes I still wake up and I'm like, whoa, that was a weird dream, but it's lessened a lot since when I started, and taking it in the morning makes a big difference. Another thing I will say is that it affected my appetite in the beginning. At first I lost my appetite and then it came back, and then I was a little bit worried about it affecting my weight negatively and gaining weight. However, I have been on Mounjaro. I think I started like 3 months after I started Lexapro, and so I've actually been losing weight. I don't know if it's counteracting and if I'm like trying to balance the two, but I will say if you are worried about gaining weight on Lexapro, there are options. I know Wellbutrin can be added to help with weight gain, and not everyone gains weight. So for me personally, that hasn't been an issue yet. But I know that it's a valid concern for people contemplating starting Lexapro. Just know there are options. As far as like a big change in my day-to-day life, I will say that I don't notice anything day to day. However, I will get into like the little changes and improvements there are. But what I'm trying to say is it's not like, I don't feel like a different person. I don't feel like my personality's changed. I don't feel like anything major. It's just small improvements. One of those small improvements is I feel like I still feel my emotions. I still get happy and I still get sad, and I still get like very upset and very happy. Like, I don't feel like it's dulled my emotions. I will say that I feel a little bit less of other people's emotions. I know it's cringy to say like I'm an empath or whatever, but I feel like I did, and I still do, take on other people's emotions more than what is healthy. And for example, I've gone to a couple of funerals since I started taking Lexapro, and they do feel sad, but it's not overwhelming. It's not over, it's a lot less than what I used to feel. But I still have empathy. I still have, those emotions are still there, but they are a lot less, in a good way, I think. Secondly, I feel a lot less social anxiety. Again, it's still there, but I feel like the Lexapro has taken the edge off of my social anxiety. I feel less dread going to the grocery store. I feel a little more at ease, like running into people that I know, which is a big thing for me. Like, I would not want to go out in public. I recently moved back to my hometown, and there was a lot of anxiety about running into people that I grew up with that I haven't seen in a long time. And again, that's still there too, but not to the degree that it was before. I feel more comfortable leaving the house. Okay, this is the biggest change, and also basically the reason I started Lexapro in the first place, is I felt really stuck and unable to move forward and progress. And I had a lot of plans and ideas in my head about what I wanted to do with my life, and I would ruminate and just like go over and over and over the pros and the cons and what could go wrong and what could go right and the potential. And I was so stuck in my head, and I had a really hard time taking the first step and moving forward in the plans that I had. And I'll say, since I started Lexapro, I feel that I'm able to move forward. I'm able to accomplish things. Not that like anything major has happened, and it's not a big change, but I'm able to take things from my head and put them in the real world more, and just like stop worrying so much, I guess, which has been a major positive. Along those lines, I've been able to post on social media more. I've been posting on TikTok again. I took a really long break, but I'm back on TikTok. The other thing, in my last video I did about anxiety, I told you about a journal that I made, a grief journal. I'll post a link to that in the comments. I also created a coloring book. So, again, it took 3 months. It was a lot of work. and I will link this in the comments below too. It's a houseplant coloring book that I put a lot of love and effort into drawing each page individually, and I don't know, I have so much in my head, so many ideas I want to try, and this is a physical manifestation of me trying things, of me moving forward and taking the next step. So if you're interested and you like adult coloring books, this will be linked below. I guess the video is sponsored by my coloring book. Okay, what's next? Oh, I will say health anxiety was also a big thing for me. I still have health anxiety. It's still something that I think about, but somehow I'm able to get out of the loop faster. I'm able to have those thoughts and then move forward and not ruminate on them as much. And honestly, I don't know if I talked about this before, but I kind of had like a mental breakdown. I kind of had a moment before I got on Lexapro where I was really stuck in a thought loop about a specific health concern I have. And I just like all day, I got stuck on it, and I was like crying, and I had a moment where it was the worst it's ever been regarding my health anxiety. And since I've been on Lexapro, that's been a lot easier to manage. And I haven't had any other like breakdowns, I guess. That's only happened once. And this isn't like a huge issue of mine, but it's been easier. Something else I talked about in my 1 month update from when I started taking Lexapro is that I've had acne for a long time. And for some reason, my acne like 100% cleared up after I was on it for a month. I don't know why or what that was related to. But then it did come back, and it was just as bad as it ever was. So I don't know why that happened. Right now, my acne is really good. And that is because I got on a different prescription for acne. So I wouldn't say that Lexapro has affected my acne either way, negatively or positively, but there's been other things that I've been working on to improve that. But I wanted to touch on it since I mentioned it in my other video. Okay, and as far as depression goes, I don't think that Lexapro is prescribed for depression. It might be. I know that I kind of had depression, but more anxiety than depression. But I do think that it has helped my depression as well. Not hugely. It's not like some life-shattering change, but I do feel a little bit lighter. I'm trying to think. I hope this has been really comprehensive in how Lexapro has helped me and affected me with taking it for a year. Let me know if you have any specific questions below. And if this is a choice that you're making for yourself in your own life, I hope this has been helpful. I know that this type of video doesn't resonate or apply to everyone. So if you liked this video and if you like this kind of content, please give it a thumbs up because it really supports my channel. Please also let me know if there's a specific type of content you would like to see going forward, because I do want to start posting here more. I recently lost my job, so I am trying to decide if I want to try to make YouTube more of an income for me. So if I do, I will be posting a lot more. So let me know what kind of content you want to see. And maybe that's all I've got for now. I think it is. Thank you so much for watching till the end, and I'll see you in my next video. Do you like my new setup? Kind of looks like a therapist's office. I'm working on it. Things will probably keep changing, but it's nice to have like a chair to sit down with you, a specific designated spot. Until next time, check out my books linked in the description, and I'll see you in the next video.
This is going to hurt, but you need to hear it. You've been lied to. For as long as you can remember, they've made you believe that what you feel is love. But in reality, it's fear. Fear of being alone. Fear of not being enough. Fear of not being loved. Fear of losing the one person who makes you feel like you matter. But ask yourself, what would happen if they were gone tomorrow? Would you still feel whole? Or would you crumble like a house built on a shaky foundation? That knot in your stomach, that shaky feeling in your hands when they don't text back, the constant need to check if they're online, that's not love. That's anxiety. That's attachment. That's emotional dependency. And the worst part? You've mistaken it for love because no one ever taught you how to love without needing. Carl Jung said it best. When two personalities meet, both should transform. But you're not transforming, you're disappearing. You're molding yourself into what they want just so they won't leave. You're shrinking. You're betraying yourself. You're afraid they might not choose you. And that terrifies you. Because deep down, you believe that without them, you are nothing. But here's the truth you don't want to hear. What you feel isn't love. It's addiction. You're hooked on them the way an addict clings to a drug because they make you feel something you don't know how to give yourself. They numb a void you're too scared to face. Do you know what attachment really is? It's the illusion that you need someone to survive. That voice inside whispering, without them, I die. But you don't die. You face it. You rebuild. You transform. Because absence, when met with courage, becomes your greatest teacher. Attachment is fear. Love is freedom. Attachment chains you. Love expands you.
But I just don't know that much about it. United States. Unfortunately, Instagram viewers are just screwed. I don't know why it's not streamed like that. Okay, wonderful. Yes, first one. Let's see, what do we got going on here? How long have I been on the spiritual journey? Hmm, the hand puppet, the source of all my wisdom. Here we are. You could say it started when I was about 19, so almost 10 years now. I didn't really get started in spirituality until like 22, 23. You could say my dark night of the soul began when I was 19. So less than 10 years. Got people from all over the world today. Amazing. Let's see, what else we got going on here? Right now it is pretty early, 2:30 in the afternoon. I live in California, United States. Wonderful. Thank you all for your beautiful comments. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Amazing. Okay. Appreciate you all. Lovely comments.
I live in the capital of California. You know what? I forgot to make tea. It's okay. Let's move on here. Kabbalah. What do I think of Kabbalah? I think it's pretty cool. Not exactly that well versed, but it kind of goes along with the mysticism side of spirituality, kind of like Gnosticism for Christianity, Sufism for the Muslims. Kabbalah's got a lot of wisdom, but I just don't know that much about it.
Yo,
Microphone.
Mr. Walnut, what's up?
Let's see. Social media is my main way.
Bad. Very bad.
In today's video,
Maybe you can talk to me and make me feel better. Why? I wanna know too. I'm just depressed and heartbroken. Same old. I'm doing some work right now. Yeah. I'm at the end of my wit as well. Like, I'm gonna put my hope into medication now. I got an appointment in 2 weeks. It took all year to get the appointment. It took since January 1st or something. I was waiting. And this is the only guy who's able to prescribe me SSRIs. Yeah, legal. I wouldn't even know about illegal antidepressants. But now that you told me there could be illegal ones, I want to know. And where do I get them? Do you have any experience with this? Yeah, it's funny, but I also consider them antidepressants. But afterwards, you're gonna be much more fucked up. Zero dopamine left in your store, and then, yeah. I got a fair share of experience with MDMA and yeah. No, I'm looking for real medication, which I do believe by now is gonna be my only shot of getting better. At least having a sort of a bridge that I can use to work on stuff and just be able to live. And then maybe I can, get good enough at some point to be good without them. But right now, I see them as the only solution, honestly. Oh wow, it was recent. How often and how long did you take? How often did you take them? Like every how many days and for how long? Because getting addicted to this shit is crazy, dude. The amount of holes you burn in your brain, holy shit. And it's very unhealthy because you're up all the time, you can't eat. It's horrible. Weekly, also once a week. Yeah. Well, once a week is still not good, but it's better than I heard of people going every day for more than 6 months. So, still for every week for 6 months is a lot. If you're young, you can probably tolerate it, but there's gonna be an aftermath of what you have done to your brain for sure. So with being 2 months off them now, do you take any other drugs? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's probably not 1G, right? Not 1G pure. I believe you got max like, I don't know, 500, 400 out of that. And the rest was some bullshit. Because 500 is already like, damn. That's a good party. What is that? Bath salts. Mm. Yeah, dude. So how do you feel now? How do you feel now, and do you take anything else? And when was the last thing, whatever it was, you took? Yeah, me too, man. Because this shit sucks. So how do you feel now, being off it? Yeah, the cravings, they're not gonna go away for a while, man. But you're pretty far out already. It's very good. Be proud, man. Yeah, it's gonna fade. What makes it hard is if you keep going out to the places where you took it, with the people that you took it, stuff like that. Other than that, it's pretty easy to kick, actually. Because it's such a... Like, taking this kind of shit, man, it's not like you just do it by the by. You know, when you take this, you have to plan your whole night, your whole day, how you... anything, everything. At least for me. And then therefore, though, you know, you can just say, fuck that shit. It's very exhausting, you know? Cut the ties with those people. Yeah. How old are you, man? You must be young, going to raves and all this kind of fun stuff. 19. Oh, you're a baby. Yeah, I was that old when I did that shit. And then I kept doing it for like 10 years. I used it as an escape, you know. People use drugs to have fun, enjoy themselves. I guess that was like 1% for me, maybe 2%. But mostly I was just trying to run away from reality. Never did go to any raves. I use it on raves as well, but Yeah, my drugs was just to, you know, numb the pain of abusive parents and yep. Where did you get your trauma from? Yeah, man. You know, when you talk like this and reflect on what you already know, and you're this young, you have everything in front of you. I'm so happy for you. I'm so jelly. It is so good, man. It is so great, bro. Learn to be a better person, go to therapy, and you're gonna do amazing. For me, sometimes I feel like it's too late, having realized all this shit. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. You're not missing anything out. Speed, mostly trash, because you're gonna get it from some shady guys, cutting it with all kind of bullshit. Coke's mostly same thing, actually. It's never as pure as they say, too overpriced. It's just bullshit.
I'm going to talk about what to do.
What did you say? I don't know what I said, bro. I don't know what you heard. I hope you heard what I said about you're gonna do great. Because you're this young and already understanding shit. For me, it took to be 35 years old, 33, when I got out of this shit. And I wanted to unalive. And now I'm still here, so. Did you come across my video about depression? Yes. Check out this link. Man, that is so great that you're this young. It's so good, dude. Nothing has happened yet. Nothing. You didn't miss anything. Just go out and do great things now. It's all amazing. Life is beautiful. Volunteering for the Red Cross. I did the same. I was also like 19 or something when I did that. But I did it from another motivation. Cool, man. I was thinking of recording a video for YouTube. Maybe we can do it now. You do look like an animal though. I was thinking of making a YouTube video and talking about life is pretty difficult once you realize you're still here where you wanted to be gone. And what it means with everything, with your career and friends and all, you know. So I feel like I'm gonna do this video now. I might be crying. Should I do it? I need a moment to think about what I'm gonna say. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Hmm. So I want to talk about the topic is how everything sucks because you were supposed to be dead. But you're still here, so now you have to catch up with everything and keep living and all that bullshit. To see how fat I have become? So I was thinking about making this video talking about how awful it feels. And now hear me out before you say anything or judge. Just let me finish the sentence. You will understand. How awful it feels to still be alive after having made this decision to take the easy way out. How incredibly difficult it is to now be in the position of having to basically catch up. To have this sensation of being at zero. Even less, you're actually, even in the negative, you're behind. Because you gotta know, first you have to, be fixed, get into the neutral before you can go get into the positive. So during the pandemic, at the height of my depression, I was very much on the way out. And it was basically set in stone. And I was living YOLO day by day, thinking it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna see how far I can go, and in the end, I'll just exit. It doesn't matter. So this was a little bit more than 3 years ago now. So, as you can imagine, therefore, my health was terrible. My financial situation was terrible. Any kind of relation I had, guy friends, girlfriends, non-existent. Basically seeing myself out of their life long before already. Because who could deal with a shit like this? I mean, you know how it ended. I'm still here. I got the curve, I suppose. And even though it feels hard to stutter the words, I'm happy about it. Now. Because obviously I'm still living through a depression currently. A very big one, actually. My heart is still broken. And the repair is just taking a long, long, long time. It's not that easy. So even though I can say I'm happy about, managing, it is so damn hard. Because this past, it is haunting me. It is haunting me in form of just being behind on everything. Now, what can you be behind on? Well, basically, I never had a career. I did finish school, highest degree. I did finish apprenticeship. I worked in an actual physical store, in multiple other none of these jobs mattered. It was just a mean to get money, to be able to buy drugs, to keep numbing the pain. So I never really built anything for me. That's a financial situation. I think you can understand. Don't need to elaborate more. You understand that there was just no goal, and therefore trying to figure it out now is quite rough. Because I'm actually serious about it. Wanting to make monies. Wanting to build something of my own and stuff. Then there is relations to other people. I don't really have guy friends, not even a handful. Maybe two. Maybe two. And I'm not talking to them about anything. So is this considered a friend, or what is it? Somebody you can talk to, Because every other relation I didn't give a damn about. I didn't care if anybody cared about me. Didn't care about them. Because, as I said, it would not have mattered. I would have been gone. On the contrary, I wouldn't want to make anybody sad. And now, how the, how the fuck do you find friends nowadays? And again, what the fuck are friends? What does that word even mean? I talk more about myself and all the bullshit that happened to me on YouTube to random strangers than anybody I know in real life besides my therapist. So, relations, very hard to find new people, to find friends. And don't even get me started on girlfriends or romantic relationships, rather. Because that shit is complete alien to me. I got matched on Tinder today. And it was a real human female being. The first time in like 2 years or something, I got matched. And it was not a bot, it was not a man behind the profile, it was a legit profile. And so we talk a little bit. And I wasn't really into her. But it was nice to talk to somebody, just randomly. And for whatever reason, the topic comes up, of course. Like, I'm depressed. And then I didn't even, go into deep. But immediately there was like a, oh, next kind of feeling. And eventually that happened quite fast. She goes like, oh, I wish you the best for your healing. I'm gonna say goodbye now. And then she unmatched me. I was so sad. That was so sad. But I understand. Nobody wants to be around somebody like this. And I really tried to talk about something else, but it just comes down to not being motivated, not doing things that a normal person does, but rather having to go to therapy, stay at home, look at mental health stuff, try to understand myself instead of going out, have fun in the sun, stuff like that. So that's pretty hard. Relationships, financial situation, dreams, and having a sort of identity, which was very hard for me anyways throughout all of my life. You might have watched the video I made about the depression and me growing up. But now it's like even worse. Like, who am I? What am I into? What do I do like? Because ever since this worst time of my life, all I've been doing was just rebuilding myself. And I made a pretty good job. Put a lot of effort into it. So much so that I was actually not depressed for a few years. because there was just no time to be depressed. Yeah, I have some, sort of income now. And more slowly getting into knowing people. But this whole process is so slow and hard. It's so hard. And whenever you see other people same age and what they do and stuff, you just must not compare yourself or you're gonna get very depressed. For me, this always getting back to anger, being really angry at my past, at my parents, having real animosity, thinking it's just unfair. It's just unfair. I was meant for so much more. I do see myself as a victim, which I never would have thought about ever saying, because there was this big ego. But I just did not know any better. After all I knew was what I've got taught, which is misery. So, when you have a deadline and it's time to say goodbye, you live that way as well. You don't care about stuff. You don't care about building anything. It's all just day by day. You don't give a damn. And now, having decided to keep going, man, it's so rough. It does all feel like a fresh start, but the question remains, like, who am I and what do I actually want to start? You don't have to worry anything about me taking an exit or something, guys. Do not worry about this stuff. I'm not planning anything. I'm just talking. And there's gonna be more of this talking, because this is the truth. And if you ask me why I wanted to record this and share with the world, it's because if I do it, it feels like I'm talking to somebody, and that is therapeutic. And maybe somebody else can see it, see themselves in me, and feel that they are not alone. It's just really hard. All I know is I am getting better, even if it's just little by little. And I must not compare week by week or day by day even. I have to go by like months by months. If I just see myself, January, February, that was so bad. I'm so much better now. And we're gonna keep learning. Some days the depression hits me hard. It just comes back out of nowhere. Sometimes you feel it coming on. You have to prepare for it. as I said in my last video, I'm just gonna accept it. There's no longer a question of how to get rid of it. It's just how to prepare for it the best, how to deal with the depression. It's part of me. Today is rough as well. Very rough. Tomorrow is gonna be rough again. But I know I just have to keep going. Just keep hanging in there. Keep on keeping on. I believe. I want to believe anyways. Copium, hopium, it doesn't matter, It is what I want. But yeah, I feel like I'm behind in so many aspects of life. And even though I have the tools and the resources at hand, it is a big struggle. It is a really big struggle. I'd love to end the video with something positive or how to deal with this better and to have a solution, to have an answer. But I don't. I don't have a solution. I don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry. Just go to therapy. Trust in the process. That is all for now, I suppose. See you later, guys. This should make for a great video where people are gonna ask me if I'm gonna do something. Have the same question, also have no one, and the friends that I got me addicted. Yo, but you can find a lot of new friends, man. In your age, you're gonna be exposed to many situations, working, schooling, all kinds of stuff. At least that's what I hope for you. And you're gonna meet so many people. For me, it's rough. I'm old. Mr. Walnut, are you still here, man? Yo, man. Trust me, if I was your age and having done this stuff and been talking about it like I am now, I would actually be so happy. I would be so glad. But you have to know something. You have to have somebody who tells you what the fuck is going on. Let me be that person, okay? Listen, man, drugs and stuff is all fun, and there's nothing against drugs. Not even against MDMA, LSD, ketamine, all kinds of stuff. You can still keep taking it. As long as it's not every fucking weekend. It has to be a really good occasion. It has to be good shit. And not any kind of shady stuff mixed with all kind of bullshit with people you don't know, getting into situations that are dangerous. Fuck all that, man. None of it is evil, how people portray it. It's all about what you do with it. If you notice it hinders you from being the best person you can be, in terms of being yourself for other people as well, in relationships and stuff, that's when you have to say nope. You have to be stronger than this. If you're on nicotine right now, man, get off the shit, dude. I hope you're not smoking cigarettes. That's the nastiest thing you can do. Even vaping, just don't put anything in your lungs. It's so crazy what can happen. It goes fast. What you have to do, man, is just keep doing what you wanna do with your life and just be happy about it. Don't tell anybody. Nobody has any say in this. Nothing. And whatever it is, it doesn't matter. As long as it makes you happy, GG. You found a way. If you find a good woman, stay with that man. Stay with her and grow together, you know what I mean? Because you're gonna change, she's gonna change. Don't make the mistake like I did. I was avoidant because I saw myself in my relationships and I hated myself. I saw weakness, and weakness was bad. But it's not. It's human. Nobody has the answer to anything. Nobody telling anything, teaching anything has the answer to shit. They're all just doing and trying, and same goes for if you meet people and you don't know them. Be friendly, because you don't know what they've gone through. That keeps me to connect with a deeper level with people. Wait, you mean keeps you from connecting with people? Is that what you mean? It hinders you? It does not allow you? Oh, okay. Yeah, go to therapy. Get to therapy. Sign up to therapy to better help. Use my link so we can both get a free week. Yeah. You need to work on this. Because CPTSD is nothing to be kidding around. And the more you're gonna unravel about your past and the reasons why you are as fucked up as you are, the harder it's gonna get. For a long time before it gets better. And if you try to do it on your own, you are not prepared, trust me. So get professional help for sure. Yeah, sure. Just don't make it too graphic. I don't want to get banned off Twitch. Or YouTube or Kick. So do you live by yourself? Now? You have to get the fuck out of there. Why? Why are you not able to? And I suppose your mother is also part of the bullshit. Hmm. Yeah, you need to fix money and fix therapy. And basically, you have to make your life such as to these things, especially like the money situation. I think it's just money. I'm not sure what else can be keeping you from moving out from a place that is basically making you suffocate. So you have to turn your life all towards this goal. Nothing else matters. Yeah. Get out. Nothing matters. You must not hold on to anything. Because you have to see the bigger picture. You have to zoom out and see it from a perspective of this is the first step of healing, and then the rest of your life. And if there is toxic people, especially with parents, it's very hard, I know. But it's so easy as well. Just cut that shit off. Goodbye. Blocked. They cry, blah blah blah, you cry. Doesn't matter. Go no contact for years. You're gonna see it in a much better light. Well, you have to start small, so small steps. Yeah, but as I said, your mother and stuff, it doesn't matter. You must not listen to this. It's not a factor at all. She managed, yeah, but you had to sign it, right? So she tricked you. See? So she did not manage. You gave it to her. Yep. Oh, I see. Yeah, they wanted to do the same with me, my parents. I said no. So you didn't sign this? That's good. Great. Hmm. I feel like shit. I feel so bad. It's some bullshit, dude. So I feel really, really terrible. My therapist said if I feel like this again, I should ground myself. What the fuck does that even mean, man? I asked, what does this mean? He said, just accept it. Accept the feeling. And let it be. And at some point it will be gone. And I'm waiting for this point to come still. I cried yesterday, the day before, I cried today. Like, what the fuck, man? I learn all these things. And it's like, it doesn't matter. Hmm.
When you are dating someone in a situationship who you cannot get off your mind, you cannot seem to let go of, even though they are not giving you what you want. Someone who has gotten under your skin and into your mind, and you just can't seem to find the strength to cut them off and move on. I'm going to be giving you 7 steps that you can take to find the strength you need to actually go out and find the love you deserve. Welcome back to the channel. I'm Matthew Hussey, and if you are new here, I have spent the last 17 years of my life helping people find love, raise their standards and their confidence, and heal from the past. This year, for those of you that don't know, I released a brand new book, Love Life, How to Raise Your Standards, Find Your Person, and Live Happily No Matter What. If you haven't got a copy, pick one up. I know a lot of you who I meet in the street come up to me and tell me that you've loved my work for many years, but when I mention that I have a new book, a lot of you still don't know about it, so go check out the new book if you haven't already. And let's get into it. So how do these situations play out? We meet someone, they represent something exciting or familiar or something that feels so alluring. And maybe we feel a lot of chemistry. We feel great in their presence. The sex is great. We feel connected to them. We have great conversations with them. Maybe when we're with them, it even feels like a relationship. But when we're not with them, it feels cold. It feels inconsistent. It feels like a hangover. It feels like we're never really satisfied or fulfilled. We never feel safe. Maybe because they don't want the same things we do. Maybe because their communication is really inconsistent. Maybe they want to keep seeing other people, but they don't want to let us go, so they keep reaching out to us anyway. Or we can't stop reaching out to them. We can find ourselves becoming kind of obsessed with this person, obsessed with the possibility of where it might go, of what it could be if this person was just willing to play full out in the way that you are. Connect with the true cost and the true pain that this situation has caused you, is causing you, and will cause you in the future. What has it already cost you? How has it already hurt you? Maybe it's cost you your peace of mind.
I think I'm done for the day. Come back tomorrow. We gotta finish some games. So there's a bunch to do. Gonna come back online at like 6. Maybe earlier, probably earlier. Mr. Walnut, since you don't have any money, you need to go to a local therapist and pay it with the health insurance, which they will only pay for every 2 weeks or something. They're gonna pay you a visit to the therapist for like every 2 weeks, probably. I would recommend you to check out therapists now, as many as you can, and make an appointment with as many as you can. Cause the waiting time is gonna be like up to half a year. So just make appointments. It doesn't matter if you cancel them, you just cancel them. And just go talk to each of them whenever you can, and then pick one that you go with the best. And you will be fine, man. You're young. Do you still have ads? Okay, did you hear what I said? You need to make a plan to get the fuck out, and that means you have to leave your old life behind. Any habits, anything. None of it matters. All that matters is moving out. You don't have to leave the country. Just start small steps. It's the best thing. Get out of the house and be on your own. It's the best. And then look for therapy as fast as you can. Just make as many appointments as you can with as many therapists, because you're gonna have to wait for half a year or so, probably. Hopefully it goes faster. But you are a baby man, so you have everything ahead. Nothing is impossible. You can do anything. It's so good. Don't worry. Don't let any of this shit consume you. You're gonna make it. I know. Just make sure you stay away from harder drugs, especially chemicals. It's not good for you at this point in your life. Because first you have to fix your shit, get your shit together. And once you got everything straight out, man, you can look at it from another perspective. It's gonna be so much more fun taking drugs. I hope you get the point. No, that's the wrong attitude. Nope, that's wrong. Because that is also subjective. It's you make it. a decision from feeling. Feeling is fake. Your body is gonna fake you out. Craving is gonna fake you out. Before doing it again, you have to have your own apartment, okay? If you do this way, that is a real goal. Okay, man? Trust me on it, man. I mean, I'm a stranger on the internet. Trust me. Watch my video about my CPTSD. I believe it can help you. I sign out for now. Don't worry, I won't do anything to myself. We'll come back tomorrow. Thank you. It will. It's gonna be better for all of us. What I have to learn is take smaller steps and smaller wins and accept them. Because progress in our shoes is very slow. You have to zoom out big time and see it month by month, however you feel and stuff. But yep, okay. I hope I could talk some sense in you, man. Leave that shit. Get your apartment, okay? Stay off the drugs, at least until then. Okay, man? And don't smoke. No smoking. Smoking is bad. Bad smoke. Good night, GG.